Yo, 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 what is going on, everyone? Welcome into the Rock Show. How are we doing this evening? Welcome in, everyone. Hey, just as a heads up, Starlight Children's Foundation, their Twitch page, they are doing the press start event right now. It is going on, and we have. I'll have it up and running in the background so we can check in on them every now and then. They're currently in the middle of doing the pancake stacking challenge between Flea Puff, Witchy Mitchy, and Dominka's Tavern, or Dom's Tavern, I guess you could say. You guys want to check that out? It's go ahead and give you guys the Starlight page here. And give you guys their page. Let's go ahead and also just do it this way. Shout out Starlight US. Bam! There you guys go. If you don't already follow them, please do so. Again, they're doing the press start event, which means that this right now is the official launch of the campaign. Some of us have gone ahead and started early. Others will be starting within the next few days. So again, if you would like to help out with the campaign, make sure you donate today. We are going to be jumping into some fun here. We've got this wonderful cross stitch project that we've been doing. We are working currently on Rainbow Heart Bear. This is now technically my own design because I've screwed up the pattern. I've made multiple mistakes in this thing somewhere, so this is truly going to not going to match up with what the version that I have stored somewhere. That being said, we're gonna just keep on keeping. If you guys would like to go ahead and get this pattern, let me know. I would be happy to go ahead and post this into my Discord under the Fiber Arts Patterns section of the page, so you guys can get a hold of that. So let's go ahead and jump into things here real quick. Like I said, we'll check in every now and then with Starlight, see how they're doing. I'd venture to say that they're probably only going to go for another hour. And it looks like they're looks like the pancake stacking part is done. It looks like the pancake stacking part of it is done here. Let's pop over here for real quick, and let's take a listen and see what's going on. Oh, Flea Puff. Flea Puff's stack just fell.
It's fine.
It was so tall.
Flea Puff, I'm not gonna make you do this, but I am. You still have to measure that.
It's fine. I'm gonna put my spider on top of it and my roach.
You have to measure whatever was left at the bottom.
Yeah.
Gosh.
My heart just erupted like a volcano in Italy.
An absolute tragedy. Okay. Does everybody have their tape
Life.
Yep.
I feel like my 11-year-old either threw away or hid my tape measure. We're learning about not opening other people's mail. May I grab a different measuring device?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
I didn't realize that until literally like 10 minutes into stream. Okay, I'll be right back.
No worries. No worries.
All right.
Anything
Starlight
that can
trivia
measure.
time.
Yes.
What is Minnesota Toz's favorite pancake memory?
21.
I would say when you got to host it with cooking legend Tabatai Cookie.
It was when Dominka forgot where the tape measure was.
I don't know where my tape
That just
measure is.
happened.
This is Menards brand. You're like Minnesota. Yeah, like I imagine you
Look
have
at
Menards.
that.
You know it's trustworthy
Oh.
because it's a Menards brand.
Huge
Oh,
fan of
there you
Menards.
go. That's
It's
yeah.
legit.
That's yeah.
You know what I like about Menards? Rebates.
Yes, 11%.
Let's get measuring. We're gonna do Flea Pop last, just for the comedies. We're gonna go right to left, so Domin can measure first.
Okay. All right, we're going
Fine.
Oh,
beginning of
the-
this massive thing.
Good luck.
And we're gonna do like a book situation, right? Like I'm measuring my kid's height. It's a solid 7 1/4 inch.
All right.
All right.
I'll pretend to write that down.
All right. Michi, do you want to go ahead and measure next, please?
I don't know where the measuring tape is.
Run to Menards. Let's go.
So I'm, I'm sure all of us have a Starlight harmonica,
Yeah.
somewhere in our possession. So I'm gonna use
Actually, yeah.
Starlight harmonica.
How many harmonicas?
Can
The
anyone
Americans will
measure
use
their
anything
harmonicas?
with the metric system.
It is the height of Monica.
Average
All right, we have mini
harmonica height.
one harmonica. Okay, all right, all right. Anything but the metric system.
All right,
All
Flea Pop,
right.
let's measure
How
your
many
giant tower.
So
how many harmonicas is your town?
I'm an artist by training, so I made an
Oh.
installation.
Look at
We've
Bob.
we've got Bob, and he just like went through some stuff. So him and the spider are just living their best post-apocalyptic life with pancakes. I've got he's got a 1.5 inches on the face ones, which is
All
what
right.
counted. I think it was up to like 9 inches pre falling, but sometimes
You had a substantial sec, but that's where it gets you. If it gets too tall, then it gets unstable.
yeah,
Like Icarus,
wobbled.
you stacked too high to the sun.
But now I have
Yeah,
a
I do
pedestal for
think
Bob.
Flea gets extra points for plating. This is like an installation piece.
Great.
Incredible.
Does anyone want to do like?
Michi gets points for using a harmonica for
Yeah.
measurement.
I googled it. Average harmonica height is 4 inches.
One
That
harmonica.
looks taller than that, but
I feel like it's maybe about 5 inches
Yeah.
from what I can see. But that does mean that Dom is the winner with 7.25 inches. Incredible.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Would
Respect
anyone like
the
to
person who made
celebrate-
me build a plate for my first pancake because that was not strategic. That was forced, and it worked out.
Would you like
There
to
you
give us
go.
victory speech?
Yeah. Thank you for all the pancakes.
Perfect.
Excellent. No notes. Love it. This was incredible. By the way, everybody, we have gotten up to $1,100 raised. Keep
Yay!
having those donations come in. We do still have several more
All right.
amazing
Anyways,
segments.
so yeah, that's what's
and
going
we
on over
really
there.
appreciate
I think
everything
they've got
done
maybe
so
one
far,
more
and
music event that's gonna
Thank you,
happen,
bro.
and then they're also gonna go ahead and announce the.
Thank you for participating.
the new
Where can we all
ambassador,
find
so
you on
we'll-
Twitch, internet.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Don't
sort
give
of
away
just,
your address.
I'm gonna turn them down a little bit and keep them in the background.
Twitch.tv/Flea
Actually,
Puff.
go ahead.
Next.
We'll say about 35%. We'll just keep them down there.
Shadow.
Meantime,
I'm new.
we're gonna go ahead and get into some fun here with the cross stitch. So here, we go.
Twitch.tv/Witty Mitchie.
you can, if you follow her, you might see the dogs.
Okay,
again.
so let's see, where was I? I think it was here. Aha, okay. So
Yay!
that's right. I did my 3 that I needed to do in full. Now I can do these here.
You can find me at Domingo's Tavern on Twitch.
2,
Domingo's
3,
on pretty
4,
much
5,
everywhere else.
6,
If you know
7.
Domingo on Twitch,
And
I
I've got
would
one
love
in
to
there
find
so far.
their names, but they're not there yet.
Yeah.
That's Twitch.
It's a good goal. You can find me at twitch.tv/Minnesota_Taz occasionally. Plabbery, what about
And
you?
Yeah, I'm also found over twitch.tv/Library Design, but these days I mostly just post on the Japan side quest for everything. I feel like all my accounts have just become a ghost, but find me in either of those places.
Just a reminder, everyone, you can
Alright,
stick
1, 2,
around
3.
forever and find out who the 2025
4.
2026 Starlight ambassadors are, and you get to see Adam.
Who's that
who's
ambassador?
It's me.
It's
Cool. Who's that ambassador? It's
5,
Pikachu.
6, 7.
these are incredible.
Amanda, take us out.
Okay.
5.
This is so great.
So our next segment coming up, I definitely have it available.
Oh no.
We have another interview coming up here.
6.
I don't know who can schedule, but we do have an interview with who
But it's
I'm
an interview.
sure is a very cool person.
People will be talking.
And now
They'll be like, words. I'm really cool.
Starlight's really cool.
Starlight.
And the people are cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, now, before I go ahead and go backwards,
Thank you for making pancakes.
go
I
ahead
love all of you.
and adjust our Slack here.
Hi everyone! How are we doing? Did you enjoy that fun little, very chaotic pancake extravaganza? Can we get one more? Can we get all the hypes? Use your favorite emotes in chat. Let's get some love. And congratulations to Dominguez Tavern for coming in just absolutely.
When they start doing the ambassador announcement, we'll go ahead and take a break and go over there and watch together.
We are truly blessed. We got to see so many babies. Yes, actually, hallowed annual tradition. Absolute icons. Pancake stacking has been a part of our summit and press start since the very beginning, and it has always just been such a treat, both literally, minus when Minnesota Toss made all his pancakes with dishwater, and and visually as well. We all like watching it, and we just appreciate so much for all of the donations and everything coming through. We are officially at $1,120 raised for the kids.
Let's go.
These are my sparkle fingers. And so, without further ado, we have we have 3 segments left for this evening. We have an Impact interview coming up after this, followed by Calvin Thomas Music returning again with a musician spotlight, and then our ambassador announcement by Adam Garoni. So, let me get
Adam
this next
being the
segment kicked
CEO
off for
of
y'all.
Twitch. Or not,
We
excuse me, not
actually
Twitch. Excuse
had
me, I'm
the
sorry.
pleasure
Of Starlight.
being able to interview Jessica Murray from Wicked Saint Studios. Now, I'm not going to spoil anything, but you also all get to meet Sarah Presley, aka Sarah Starlight in chat. She is another one of the faces of Stream for Starlight here. So let's make sure, number one,
So
everybody, just
this
give
one, we're
Sarah
gonna do
Starlight some
4
love.
in full,
I
and
will
then
let this
1,
pre-recorded
2,
interview
3,
kick off
4,
here.
5
So,
forward and back.
have fun,
Okay.
everybody. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the chaos of our annual pancake stacking competition. Huge shout out to all of our creators, our hosts for their hard work, and as always, delightful chaos. For those of you that see my name popping up in your streams, or those of you that don't know me, I am Sarah Presley, otherwise known as Sarah_Starlight, and I'm our senior manager of community engagement here at Starlight. And oh my goodness, I am so excited to introduce our next guest. So with me today is Jessica Murray. Jessica is an Emmy Award-winning storyteller and international peace builder turned game designer. As CEO of Wicked Saint Studios, Jess has raised over $5 million, joining fewer than 100 Black women founders who have raised $1 million or more. American Business Journal's named Jess 34 female founders to watch in 2023. Jess is the winner of the 2024 Black Tech Achievement Awards for the Force of Good Award, and she is also the 2025 Gamehers Awardee for the Trailblaze Her. Chat, let's welcome Jess. So Jess, tell me a little bit more about yourself. What led you to creating Wicked Saint Studios? What's your goals, your missions, all your roots in social impact? Let us learn more.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm so excited to be here. Hi, everyone. So I'm Jess. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Wicked Saint Studios. My journey started.
Sorry, I didn't mean to change that. I wanted to go ahead and
teens.
see
So
what I was
used to
doing.
do anti-child
You
abuse
guys were
campaigns, anti-domestic
noticed the
abuse,
switch in the
and then I
scene.
wanted to figure out how to stop bad things before they happen, and that led me to Search for Common Ground. It's the world's largest dedicated peace building organization that has offices in 35 countries all over the world. And I ended up training young movement leaders in what we call common ground activism. So, how do you attack the problem, not the person? And also in strategic storytelling and experiences that shift attitudes and behavior. And we saw just how many incredible young people around the world would take these tools and go back and change their community. And we said, how can we scale this? And so that's when we got into tech. And we ended up really falling in love with gameplay because what we found was that there was a lot of young people that wanted to make a difference in the world. And the reason why they weren't is because they didn't have self-efficacy, which is your belief in your ability to accomplish a goal, number one indicator whether someone will take action or not. And so, even though young people were maybe not having a ton of confidence that they could move the needle in things that they cared about, or even things in their own life that felt scary, there was one place where they could go and feel really great, and that was within games. And games are built with a core game loop. So every time you go around them, you get a little bit better, a little bit better. What's happening is you're getting mastery, and mastery is how you start to believe in yourself. So for most games, you play, you feel really good playing, but then sometimes reality comes crashing back down when you stop playing. And so we asked ourselves, could we build a game where all the power that you gain within the game actually bleeds into your real life? So you become more confident in your abilities and who you are, and your relationships improve, and then you go out and build a better world. So that's the magic behind World Reborn. It's a interactive story game with real world quests that you actually do in real life. And we came out of the Niantic Labs incubator, so the makers of Pokemon Go. And now we're backed by Riot Games. And we're just absolutely thrilled to be working for Starlight, or working with Starlight, as we put out our teaser this last spring. So super excited.
Oh, yay! So, okay. The reason that we have Jess here today is all about World Reborn. So
I gotta go
tell us
switch
a
back
little
over
bit
here.
more about World Reborn, Jess. What's the vibe?
Two
What
that I need to do in
inspired it?
full, and then
How do you
one,
connect
two,
with
three,
Starlight on
okay.
it?
Yes. So World Reborn is pretty unique. So it's really what it is. It's a real world activation platform with the experience of a story game. And so the way it works is it has graphic novel style interactive story gameplay, so choice based game where you make choices to try to save another reality. And the only way that you get energy to make those choices is by doing things in the real world that feed your soul. So things that either help your own well being or help others or the planet. And these these trainings, we call them, are brought to you by real world change makers that make a difference, that share part of their story, and then you basically play their real world story as an interactive story. And every time we do one step of their story, it gives you energy to continue to save this other world. And then what's really cool is depending on the choices that you make within the story game and the actions you choose to do in real life, will sort you on where your inner strengths lie. And so our game is, my co-founder is a behavioral science researcher. And so our game is based in positive psychology. And it will reveal that we want everyone to understand that they are actually already strong. And the game just reveals what their unique strengths are and how they can use their strengths to better their reality.
Incredible. I love it so much. Okay. So I want to talk about Jade a little bit. How did this idea come about to team up with Starlight? And where does Starlight Kid Jade fit in?
Yeah, so trying to think back to how this originally started. I think it started with you, Sarah. We met somehow, and I don't know if it was like Games for Change or another event. And that's when your energy and just Starlight's mission really stuck with me. And I have always been passionate about kids. That's why I got into the work that I did. I feel like kids should be able to be safe and happy. And I was trying to think of, so as we're coming up with real world missions that you can do in real life, and like what would be something It's the first thing that you do that could feel really impactful. And I immediately thought about Starlight. I know you guys do messages to your kids, and I thought, like, what if our players had a chance to write some of those messages, like, right off the bat? And so we reached out to you, and then we're like, you guys helped us find Jade, and as soon as we saw Jade's story, we knew that, like, this was the match made for us. Jade has gone through so much, and she has so much light, and she's just, like, ready to go and try things. And so being able to, and then it was just
one full, and
how
then
it ended up
another 4.
all
Okay.
coming together was so incredibly powerful, because we basically featured Jade within the first 5 minutes of gameplay, and her and Colin's story inspired so many of our players that we gave players an option if they wanted to send a pre-written note or write their own, and we had about 54% of our players chose to write their own note. And so in our teaser launch, we had over 7,000 players opt in to write their own note to hospitalized kids or kids dealing with illness, and they just poured their heart and soul into these messages. And it made our whole team, just like every time, like, because we'd have to scan through the messages, and we would just, like, be crying. It was just amazing to see. And it's all, and I feel like one of the reasons why our players probably were compelled to put themselves out there was because Jade and Collins did first, with sharing their story and what they went through, and inspired so many of our players.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I don't want to keep these stories to ourselves, so we're going to show a little clip of trainers Jade and Collins reading some of these notes from the players in the games. I hope your heart is as warmed as ours was seeing this. So we'll be right back.
So in other words, chat, get ready for tissues.
87.
Get ready for them tissues.
You want to read them?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and switch over to this.
Collins, hello! Oh my gosh!
I'm Collins Hudson, and I had a liver and dual lung transplant in 2024. This is my best friend.
Amazing.
I'm Dave Washington. I had a double lung transplant in 2024. This is my 2024. 2022. She met me in 2024. I got a double lung transplant in 2022. This is my best friend Collins.
I want to share with you some of the messages that we've received from our players for the Starlight Kids. You want to read them?
Yeah, sure.
So you have to opt in the game to write a message. We've had way over 3,000 players write messages to kids in hospitals and dealing with illness.
It's crazy.
Do you see these?
54% of their player base, chat. Keep that in mind. And over 3,000.
It keeps going.
54% of their player base is 3,000.
3,387.
Gosh. Can you?
I'm gonna let you guys read some of them out loud. Dozens of kids are gonna see these, and you guys are the first ones.
I'm Abby. I wanted to tell you that it inspires me daily. Watching my dad.
So, if you can't hear what they're saying, it says, "Hi, I'm Abby from Maine. I wanted to tell you that your fighting inspires me daily as I am watching my dad fight too. I never take a day for granted, and I credit it to you for your constant strength to fight. And you have so many people in this world who feel the same." Oh.
I live in Indiana and unfortunately have dealt with my own illnesses and hospitalizations. However, this is not something I personal. I know things suck, but remember, you are amazing. I mean, seriously, the chances of you even being born are in the trillions or bigger. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Anyway, the chances of you being born being small and it happening anyway must mean something, right? You were the chosen one. You got this girl. Hey kids, my name is Sarah from San Diego, California. I was once really sick too. A kid needed these and was on dialysis. Dialysis is like the biggest support. Kidney transplant. It was a really scary time for me, not knowing if I would make it. One thing that kept me going was the hope and ABD kindness of my friends and family. It's okay to turn to them for help or love when you need it. Make sure to remember you don't have to be alone. Take care, and I'm rooting for you. There.
And they're literally from all over the country.
Alaska. Oregon? Oh my god, there's someone who wrote one from their dog.
Okay, here's a poem. There's like several poems.
My name's Luna. It's like storm. It's not the same as yours, but enough to know. Some days just about holding on. Not the weight that we carry, nor the ache that lingers long. You are every breath that rises, every note in a quiet song. Even sorrows hide behind the night. That doesn't dim or glow. And even when you're standing still, the charm doesn't know. So rest from your lust, soft and small. There's courage in just being.
Chat, I need to take a quick moment to switch back over here for a second.
Oh, Collins, this was one specifically to you.
Oh, hi Collins. I found this game on Instagram. I saw your comment in the comment section, so I went to check out you and your story.
One there, and then another 4. Okay, so we're doing the same thing. 1, 2.
I know great things will happen for you. Your souls like yours deserve the greatest of all happiness.
3 more times.
With all my love and support,
Okay.
you know, from a small little town in California.
So where that red mark is, that's where we're stopping on this part, and then we're gonna go ahead and switch back over.
Girl, you're the one that the whole game. Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Oh my gosh. I don't know, it just feels great having someone from like that far away.
Jade, how do you feel after seeing, because you're the first one to share your story, do this whole thing. What were you expecting?
I clearly wasn't expecting all of this. It's shocking how many people have like written letters to like from all over the world, like let alone to like other kids who are going through this stuff. It really amazes me. I feel better knowing that there are people out there who support us as much as like we support everyone else.
Like thinking about you guys and care about you?
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible, right?
It is.
And Colin, what do you think?
Going into all of this, I definitely wasn't expecting much. I expected to survive and go on with my life, but I'm glad to have made a bigger impact than I expected to, because I definitely like taking my experience and making the best out of it, trying to spread just goodness, awareness, and as much positivity as I can. Out of my darkest experiences, I just like to make the best out of it. Seeing so many people like write the notes, it definitely feels good, because I was one of those people that thought that happens to people, but it can never happen to me. Glad that people are really taking their time to think about it.
What do you want to let them know after reading their notes?
Keep fighting and stay strong for as long as you can. Keep spreading the positivity. Keep being the good in the world.
Thank you guys so much for reading these. Thank you for inspiring everyone to write these amazing notes. We're so excited to share it with all the other Starlight kids.
Thank you.
Was this a big surprise? Were you expecting this?
Yes. No, it was. Yes, this was a big surprise, and no, we were not expecting it. Yeah.
I am a millennial, you guys. I can't do this very well. It doesn't work.
Yay!
I love it. Okay, those two are just so special. And this is just, it is so wonderful to be able to see their reactions and just the love in these messages. So Jess, I want you to tell me like what it really means to you, to Wicked Saint Studios, what this partnership means. Like why Starlight?
We're so grateful to Starlight for partnering with us in this. One, you guys are the experts, and so being able to have kind of an idea and then go to you guys and help us shape and get expertise and help our players and us just know like what does it mean to write notes to kids in this way, and like how do we think about it, how do we think about writing notes to other people within our life that are dealing with illness. And so that elevation of knowledge we're so grateful for, and just you guys are just willing to like jump in and try something completely new and different. Like this hasn't been done before, and Starlight has just been the most incredible partners. You guys, at every turn, you're willing to like work with us and figure things out, and then of course you brought Jade and Collins into our life, and they are just a staple now within our community and our team. We love them so much, and we're so grateful that you brought them to us, and that you've made this connection between our players who poured their heart and soul into these messages to the kids that you work with. And our hope is that it brightens their day and that they can see how many people care about them and are sending their love and well wishes and their own stories, and are keeping them in their hearts and minds.
Incredible. So, for folks in our streaming community who want to support, what is the best way to get involved?
I'm so glad you asked. So we would love for you to get involved. So we are planning our full launch coming soon, 2026. And so if you want to know all the deets, and we'll be sending kind of like different things coming up. We're doing an avatar.
Two
builder.
more
It's gonna be
rows
so
here.
cool.
I know you guys can't see what I'm doing.
Go
Sorry.
check us out.
Kenny, what's up,
follow
Bubba?
us on the socials. You'll find us on TikTok and Instagram.
How you doing, man?
World Reborn Game. Or
But I know you guys can't see exactly what I'm doing, and I apologize. We get the Starlight stream going on in the background. They're about to announce the ambassadors for this year. Being a former ambassador, I feel we gotta show our love. So struggling a bit today. I'm sorry, man.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jess. One last question for you.
I hope it's not from all of us killing you.
Just thinking of you, chat, about World Reborn for the first time. What would you say to
Kenny gets killed quite a lot in Chef Steve's channel, guys.
What would I say to get you guys hyped? So I'm obviously obsessed with our
and no one ever
story and
seems to remember.
and like all the amazing.
They just
things
kill
that
him,
happen. But at the end of
and
the
kill
day,
him and kill him and kill him.
What makes World Reborn really special is our community. We have the most
Those
lion-hearted
bastards.
players that you've ever seen anywhere. And if you play our game and join, and then you get to see what your strengths are and meet others that have your strengths or different strengths, and everyone is just there because they care and they want the world to be a better place. And I think at the end of the day, it's gonna. My hope and my belief is that it's really our community. It's the World Reborn players that shine through, and that's what makes World Reborn.
Oh, White Snake tribute band. All right. Overdoing it a little bit? Yeah.
So
Don't overdo it, bud.
I am so excited to introduce World Reborn, Wicked Seed Studios, you to our community. So
Don't overdo
future
it.
Chat, can we get some love for Jess?
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation is dedicated to improving the mental well-being of sick kids, regardless of their illness or injury. When a child is hospitalized, they are scared, lonely, and stressed. Being in hospital facing painful treatments
Thought I
takes
almost
away
lost
from
it
the
there for a minute.
happiness of childhood. But that's where Starlight comes in. At Starlight, we provide entertainment through our gaming stations, comfort with our specially designed hospital gowns, play with our toy deliveries, and distraction through our virtual reality headsets. Starlight programs are what happiness is made of. The things that make being a kid special.
First gig's September 27th. 23 songs to learn by then. 17 down so far. Well, that's not bad.
Across the country can make a lifetime of difference for sick kids. Learn more at starlight.org.
I need to switch over here to the thing for just a moment.
Why do you have so many stickers?
Because I've been good at the hospital.
Alright, so done these three, and I'm getting ready to do this one right here.
Finn was born with congenital
do this
heart
one forward and
disease.
back, and then that's
now
where I'm going to
he
stop.
is up to 18
And we're going to switch
so we
back
are
over to
frequent visitors of
the
hospital.
209.
The journey emotionally with Finn has just been
that color, and then we're
really,
gonna
really
fill
tough.
in
But
these bits
the
over
things
here.
that have been able to get me through it are the support.
And once we get these bits filled in, then we'll go ahead and go back over to the
Starlight Children's
553.
Foundation. When Finn was in the
and
hospital,
fill in the rest of
instead of a
whatever we got
bed,
going
he
on
was
here.
able to sleep in a radio flyer wagon supplied
Alright, now
by
I am going to go ahead
Starlight
and
for 5 solid
mute
weeks.
the stream for just a wee bit here.
To give him the opportunity to be a normal
or at least I'm going to turn it down a little bit and keep it in the background. Put my music back on. And the only reason why I'm doing this is because, again, they have another music segment coming up with Calvin that you can see here. If you guys want to watch Calvin and listen to what he's got going on, please pop over to Starlight's channel to listen in if you'd like to do so. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and put my music back on for the time being. And we're going to keep on going here with our crafting. We are currently fuming at the fact that the music just turned off, so I got to turn it back on. And I need to pop that back in there. Good that you got like I said, you got most of the songs you need to learn done. You've only got what, 5 more songs? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 6 songs. I was off by 1. Math is hard, okay? I'm lucky enough to have gotten to have guessed that. I'm gonna go ahead and redo this stitch just so that way I can tie this off proper. So what I'm doing right now, Chad, is I'm just taking what I've got left over here. We're just gonna go ahead and loop it in on itself here to tie off the thread so it don't go nowhere. And with a nice tight double knot like this on the back end, it ain't gonna go nowhere. If I feel like it is, I know where some glue is. All right. Excuse me. All right, let me go ahead and put 552 back. All right, I need again a little bit of 209. That should be just about enough. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'm thinking that can go back. That bit can go back there. This, however, should be just enough. But Kenny, what song are you most excited to play for the tribute band? want to start right here. That is a good spot to start. All right, so what we're doing here, chat, is I'm just going to go through here and try to... Wait a minute. Why is the camera seems... That's what I thought. Oh, chat, if you guys lose my video, please tell me. Every time I change scenes, it might, or change something, it may cause a hiccup. So, again, if you lose me, just let me know. All right, so what we're doing here, Chad, is I'm going to do essentially a loop stitch to hold this in place, but I got to go ahead and get it to the right size first. So pull that on through. Just a wee bit shorter there, not too terribly short because I want to be able to hold it down. And there we go. We've done the loop stitch. It's done. It's there and done. All right. So now, here is the plan. I got to go ahead and do a total of 3 of these before I can really do anything that I want to do moving forward. So I'm going to do 3 of these in full, to 3 full cross stitches, and then we will continue forward. Figuring out where we're going to go to as far as on the project here, where we're going to go to next. Okay. So now, plan is this. I'm going to go ahead and go. I need to. it might be best to do it this way. Let's go ahead and go this way. Do all of those. So go ahead and focus in on what I'm doing here. So go in and do all of these in halves. Okay. Once we do halves this way, we'll go ahead and complete this one. And when we get done completing that one, we'll pop down here, do these 2 forward and back. Once we're done there, pop back up, finish off the rest of the other half of these, then we can pop up here and do these. I think it's the best bet. Now, when we do that though, all of these up to about there, I'm gonna have to probably go ahead and do in full. Then we'll do these 3 full forward and back. We'll skip one going up, and then go from there. I think that's probably the best bet. Let's do it that way. All right, so I gotta do 5 that way. Got it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and check in real quick and see how things are going. Calvin is still going strong. Okay. There's a giveaway that's happening over on the other channel right now. Let's switch back over here for a second. Okay. Three. Oh, that's funny.
Oh my gosh, y'all! Okay, I already see some love for
So
Calvin, but I
Devin-
think we need to amp it up by
Devin,
at least
who's right
25
here,
degrees.
AKA
Calvin,
the
thank you
hot
so
dish.
much. Calvin,
Her Minnesota
I
Taz
messaged
are a
him a
couple,
few days back,
and she just said
and
that
I was
Calvin
looking for
reduces her
folks to
stress
help,
by like 80%.
just like be
And I was like,
backups in case we need
Devin.
any extras. And Calvin, without even just like skipping a beat, was like, absolutely, sign me up. So all the love for Calvin, all the shout outs for Calvin. Calvin does a lot of streaming on YouTube, folks. So when you go over to his Twitch channel, which we've got shout outs there, make sure you click that and then you follow along to his YouTube channel. Make sure you go say hi when he's live over there. But I'm very excited because, chat, it's that time. It's officially time for me to pass it off to Adam Garoni, Starlight CEO, to announce the ambassador class. Adam unfortunately could not be here in person tonight. He is quite literally on a plane. It was like a surprise plane. And so he was kind enough to pre-record everything for us, give all of our new ambassadors all of the love, and go through kind of like, all of the new people who are going to be joining us. Because ambassadors are kind of a big deal. So I hope you will all join me in hyping up this next segment because it's time. I'm so excited. I shimmied. That wasn't planned. It was an unplanned shimmy. But yes, without further ado, I will let Adam Garoni of the past take it away.
And the facilities that support those families. And out of all the hospitals and thank you, Devin. I'm so sorry I can't be there tonight. I'm actually flying back right at this moment from Phoenix. I was down there to visit one of our hospital partners, Valley Wise Hospital, and they serve as one of the community safety net hospitals. Over 65% of their patients, the kids that come into the hospital, are either on Medicaid or don't have any insurance whatsoever. And at Starlight, we pride ourselves on the fact that 50% of the programs that you help fund go to what we term as medically underserved and vulnerable populations and the facilities that support those families. And out of all the hospitals and pediatric units in the country, those kids, those families need our programs more than anyone else. So it was amazing to be there. They have one of the country's and the world's leading burn units. And, as a father, it just reminded me of, how these accidents can happen, the impact of our programs.
I need to change just for a moment here, chat.
Nintendo Starlight gaming stations, they were playing, they were being kids, no matter what it was that they were going through. I saw kids on our radio flyer wagons going for joyrides around the hospital. And it was just amazing to see our programs, the Starlight programs that you all help fund, in action, and kids smiling and laughing no matter what it was they were going through. All these programs we provide to our hospital partners all across the country for free because of your support and because of campaigns like Stream for Starlight. And we're so excited as we approach and really kick off our marquee Stream for Starlight campaign today. And I'm here and have the honor to announce our Stream for Starlight ambassadors for this year's campaign. These are streamers and content creators that go above and beyond to support Starlight and the hospitalized kids that we serve. They do an amazing job leveraging their talent and engaging their communities to fundraise for us. And they're the very best of what it means to be a Starlight streamer. So with that, let me change my screen setup and make those introductions. Okay, and here we are to announce the Stream for Starlight 2025 ambassadors. And first up, we have Ash Said Hi. Ash is the queen of retro gaming. Think of her content vibe as the Mr. Rogers of retro gaming, built for adults to reminisce in a familiar and comforting setting. Next up, we have Chrissy Costanza. Chrissy is the lead singer of Against the Current, blending her love for music, gaming, and streaming. You may recognize her from songs like Legends Never Die or Here Too. Next up, we have DDS618. So DDS is a personality that loves cozy chaos. You can find him in Pelican Town raging against Pierre, or in other cozy worlds causing chaos. He's married and has a cat named Gohan. Then we have Eclipse Raccoon. Eclipse Raccoon loves all things Disney, as do we here at Starlight. She has 3 dogs, 2 cats, and in her free time enjoys playing games with her friends and community. Then we have I Am Namu, part-time content creator, full-time adult, and all-time nerd. I Am Namu is a variety streamer that loves to entertain and spread awareness. Everyone is welcome in the tree house.
Let's go, Namu.
Then we have Kay the Fae. Kay is a 30-year-old, plus-size, non-binary, Libra, bisexual gamer and crafter. They stream all sorts of things, including RPGs, sandbox games, and crafting. Then we've got Kinda Linda. Kinda Linda works in tech during the day and plays games all through the night. Her favorites include Valorant, Marvel Rivals, Roblox, and Minecraft. She also teaches coding and other tech topics. Then we have Kushta, is a safe space creator from North Carolina who plays horror and a variety of multiplayer games. Tune in if you're looking for chaos, laughter, and some southern charm. Then we have Pickstitch. Pickstitch is a variety crafter with a focus on fiber arts, designs, pixel art, and education. He enjoys cross-stitching, crochet, pattern design, needle felting, diamond painting, and Lego. And Lego, of course, are a major partner here at Starlight and provide us with millions and millions of dollars worth of product each year to entertain the kids in the hospital. And then we have, last of all, we have Wild Spice. So Wild Spice is a chaotic demon VTuber who loves RPG gaming and singing. She inspires a community to be themselves, dream big, and have fun while spreading joy and laughter online. And that reminds me of one of my mantras is all about having fun and doing good. So that's it for the stream for Starlight 2025 ambassadors. Again,
all right. Well, GG's to all those who are now fellow ambassadors.
In hospitals all across the country. Have a great night.
Along with Calvin, myself, Devin, Taz, so many.
Hi, everyone.
That's really awesome. GG's to all those folks. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing their stream. We're going to pop back over here, put the music back on, and we're going back over to our crafting scene. As soon as I find my craft cam. Where the heck is my craft cam at? There it is. Okay, I gotta recount my stuff here. See. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. And this here should be 8. All right, so now after that, I got 3 more I've got to do. We're going to do forward and back. When I say forward and back, I just basically mean that we're doing this in the Danish method. We're just doing half stitches. One, two, 1, 3. All right. Without poking yourself, Rockstar. Come on now. Here we go. Okay, so now all we got to do is I'm going to skip up to here. And now I can continue on with this section right here. Here we are. Let me drink here real quick. So again, chat, if you guys didn't see, we were just watching a little bit of the Starlight press start event. The ambassadors were just announced. I'm gonna have to go ahead and pull all of them up here in just a little bit. But notable mentions that I remembered at the very least. Pick Stitch was announced. Namu. I'm so sorry if I didn't get the full name. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that I get that real quick here. Hold on. I'm sure there's a post already in. Have a picture of everyone now. Rats, not yet. Okay, I'm sure it'll be coming here very shortly. But yeah, so Pick Stitch, Namu, where did they go? Wait, where's my... There's the press start. Okay. Okay. Those folks were from last year. Okay. All right. So, Kushter was announced. Eclipse Raccoon, Ash Said Hi, Kinda Linda, Kay the Flea, so sorry, Kay. Kay the Fae, Wild Spice, DDS 618, and again, the others, again, notable mentions there again were Pick Stitch and Namu, which have not gone ahead and done a thing there. So, Laura, hello, what's going on? Wait, we were just talking about the new Starlight ambassadors that just was announced over on Starlight's website or over on Starlight's Twitch page. I don't know if they're still going yet or not. They may be still going, but I went ahead and shut down because I said, okay, the ambassadors have been announced. That's awesome. GG's to everyone. But I want to go ahead and wanted to switch back over here so we can keep on keeping with this. We are currently working on the highlights of the left paw And as soon as I get the rest of this left, the highlights on the left all done, I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to our 553 and start filling in the blanks. So yeah, we're super excited and pumped for the new ambassadors. I'm gonna have to talk and see about maybe doing something next year for the press start event. I'm not sure exactly what yet, but if you guys want to give me some ideas, that'd be great. I don't know if I can do what I'm doing right now for that, because I want to be a little bit more entertaining in that case. I mean, I could. I don't know. Maybe we'll break out the karaoke. I don't know. Maybe, chat. And I'm setting myself up for failure here. But maybe what we do is we say, hey, look, you donate a certain amount, you get to pick the song. I mean, I don't know, but it's something I'm gonna have to think about, because I haven't really done much of anything helping out with the press start thing since being announced. And to be fair, I mean, trying to go ahead and slice out the time can be a bit stressful, but as long as I have enough advance notice, plus now that the girls are a bit older, I don't have to be constantly hovering over them. So yeah, if you felt your child reached an age they're responsible enough to handle a cell phone, but take away internet browser access to it till a way later date, and the parent has it set up with safety features, would you allow the phone? So a very good question, Alara. I personally, I'm thinking with and this is just me with my kids, okay? So do not take how I parent for the gospel, if you will. For me, I know my girls have a very addictive personality, especially just like their dad. They're gonna get on that thing, and they're gonna do everything in their power to play all the get into the browser, go on to YouTube, get on the games, download all the games, play all the games, and that's gonna be a big issue, So for me, for my girls at the very least, I would say, ain't no way. Now, if I needed, if they absolutely positively wanted a phone because they wanted to be able to have a way to communicate with me or their mother or even their grandmothers, then in that case, I would be up for maybe going ahead and getting them an old-fashioned flip phone. Because then all you can really go ahead and do is talk and text, and make them learn how to go ahead and use the the old number system to do their text messaging. It'll work up their hand-eye coordination, just like playing a video game. Again, that's just me. Now, I also have to think about what my wife wants. If my wife decides, hey, it's time for them to have a cell phone, especially in situations A, B, or C, then after having that talk with my wife, I would say, you know what, you're probably right. It's probably best to go ahead and get them a phone. But I'm still going to go ahead and stick to my idea of, hey, let's get them a flip phone. Because I don't want them getting in trouble while they're at school, you know what I mean? So like we just got them hang on here for me. Am I going the right way? I am not going the right way. Hold on. There we go. Like they've had their Switch since at least last year. Yeah, I think it was last year. And I know that with them playing that, they've been doing pretty good. Although I've had to go ahead and get on them about getting into the into the Nintendo store, the eShop. I've had to get on them about that. It's like, look, you don't need to be in the eShop. And I get you want to go ahead and look at the trailers and all the pretty things and cool stuff and that kind of thing, but just stay out of it, because I don't want you accidentally trying to buy something. You know, you don't have access to my credit card or PayPal or whatever I've got linked up to that, but you're not. No, no, just stay out of it. But then we just recently got them a tablet, and we immediately went ahead and put a 2-hour minimum on that thing. And for a while, we left that to be kind of an unfettered access to it. You could do whatever you want on the tablet, but you have 2 hours to do it. After the 2 hours is up, that's it. It's done. We quickly had to go ahead and change that because they were spending all their time on YouTube. And look, YouTube, Twitch, all of our streaming platforms that we have out there are wonderful places to get a lot of really cool ideas and information, like unboxings of Barbie dolls, or taking said Barbie dolls or Bratz dolls or Monster High dolls or whatever have you, and then modifying them. You know, I've seen tons of different modification videos that they've been watching, and for the most part, those creators do a wonderful job. But some of them are just not for kids. Like there's some content creators, you know, that will step over that line, and it's like, okay, those creators are not for you. You should not be on their page. And they don't quite understand that yet, and I'm trying to get to their heads. But at the same time, we've also kind of introduced them to, I wouldn't say more mature things, but I guess there's like, for instance, you know, there's the new movie, or the new thing on Netflix, K-pop Demon Hunters. That has taken the world by storm. And that actually seems to be a pretty decent movie. You know, it's very kid friendly for the most part, but at the same time, there are certain bits and pieces that you may not think about, that they kind of throw in there, and it's like, okay. Now, luckily, the girls didn't ask anything about it, and it was like, okay, it went over their heads. It's perfect. It's great. It was an adult, something adult related, and it's perfectly fine. It's in and out of the way. But you know, we let them watch that, and it's been okay. But like, for instance, if I was sitting down trying to watch Devil May Cry on Netflix, oh no. That's a no to watch with them around. There was something else I was trying to watch, and they decided to come downstairs to see what I was watching. Like, just go back upstairs, go play with your dolls. Can't even trust YouTube Kids anymore. People have been uploading videos with hidden messages of self-harm or harming others. much more strict recently. Yeah, I kind of saw that that recent update to their terms of service and whatnot. So yeah, they did. And I'm mad that I have to wait until next year for season 2. No access to the browser, okay, and any social media places, okay, good. We have downloaded for her. And to call her grandparents, best friend, yeah, okay. Remind me again, Laura, how old is your daughter again? I know that she's right around my daughter's age. Used to make appointments. Yeah, that's great. Never to dial 911 unless it's a true emergency. 8. Okay, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember. I thought that she was right around my daughter's age. My daughter's a year behind. Almost almost. Hold on. Almost a full year behind. Or maybe just over a full year. Hold on. No, yeah. So she'll be turning 8 in January. So actually it's almost a full 2 years. It's like a month shy of 2 full years. Because essentially what happens is you have December to January where they're 2 years apart, and then January hits, and then they become a year apart again. Sorry, had to math out off my head. Oh god. I said it earlier, chat. Math is hard sometimes, okay? English was my worst subject. I was a heck of a lot better at a math student. Let's see, that's 3 there, okay. Did I screw up somewhere again? Oh wait, no, okay. Maybe I did. Okay, I'm gonna have to go ahead and make this one the last one. Okay. Okay. Sorry, chat. I had to look at that one for a minute. I was like, that doesn't seem right. Okay, so here. So we're gonna go down. Yeah. It's gonna look a little different, but that's okay. This thing's already off kilter as it is. It's fine. I get it. I might have miscounted too because I was trying to pay attention to what was going on the Starlight stream. It's probably been the funniest bit of this entire thing is that I've made mistakes left and right on this thing. Like, for instance, here, I'm going to show you guys. So this section right here, the butt, if you will, right leading into the tail, you can clearly see that there is a section right here missing. This entire section right here is missing from that spot right there. A unique bear ass. But there's that. There's a couple other spots where I've definitely gone ahead and goofed up somewhere. So it is what it is. I'm essentially ad-libbing this entire thing right now. So. And that's the thing you have to keep in mind sometimes with some of the fiber arts that we do. Sometimes the ad lib makes it better. Sometimes it makes it worse. Actually, I'm not doing too bad, Alara. I got a spot on my tongue that I must have nicked with one of my broken teeth, and it's been causing me all kinds of fun. Stinging when you eat things that are salty, you know, that kind of thing. But otherwise, it's not bad. I'm doing good. I can't complain. Things could be worse. I'm glad they're not. I'm here on this side of I'm here on this I'm here on this side of the land of the living, if you will. And that's what matters. Job is doing pretty decently. You know, it's not what I wanted to do, but it is it's paying the bills. You know, it's learning a brand new industry. And that's always fun, I think, is learning new things. I will say though that you know, there has been a little bit of stress due to recent price hikes on certain items or certain bills, and that is a little worrisome, but we're gonna make it. We're gonna be okay, at least for the time being. Just need to get this. Right. Having a hard time here. What in the heck is going on? Ow. Wasn't supposed to do that. There we go. Now I can do the thing where I can do a quick double knot here, get this tied down. All right, there we go. Got that there. That clipped out of the way. We're not quite done with this color yet because we still have this spot over here to get. I think. Is it this one? Yeah. All right, we're gonna try it. So here's what we're gonna do, chat. It's just that way you guys kind of get the idea of what we do here and how we do it. So what we're gonna do is I'm putting this through the front side of where I know I'm supposed to be putting it. Pull that on through so I can see where the hole is. Put it right back in. All right, and then we're gonna quickly do a half stitch here. Half stitch being a half of a full cross stitch, and a full cross stitch is an X, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and tie this off. In order to tie it off, you gotta do this a little bit of a wacky way. And I say wacky way because the normal way, we would just go ahead and set this right here, loop it around, and be done. But we're going more of an angle this time. So this might get a little interesting here. We'll see how things play out. So I just need to go ahead and go here. Let's see. I'm gonna take our daughter to the theme park. She got a ticket for a reading at school before summer break. It would cost hubby and I, for two people, almost $180. Wow. Bumps up that much. Okay. Oh, I guess it's not. Okay. Yeah, okay. Anyways. Gotcha. Yeah. Doesn't even count for the price of food. Yeah. So, I'm planning something kind of cool. At least I think it's kind of cool. Back before I started doing a lot of this, I was an adjudicator for a site for a website called Twin Galaxies. I, along with my three other friends, were what we call Team Quad Rock. We were called that because we'd always, you know, fist bump. There's four of us, so we kind of went with that. So when we became referees or adjudicators for Twin Galaxies, we decided, you know, we're going to actually go to essentially what is known as the world record holders mecca, if you will. When it comes to video game world record holders, the video game world record holders mecca in our case would be the world's largest classic arcade in the world. I just said in the world, didn't I? The world's largest classic arcade which is known as Fun Spot. That's located up in Weirs Beach, New Hampshire, or Laconia, New Hampshire, if you will. We flew out there 2 different times, and we got to meet a bunch of wonderful people. Got to take part in the tournaments that they had going on there. While we didn't actually win, we still competed and we had fun. It was just nice to go ahead and get with others in the world record, the video game world record community, and just kind of take everything all in, and learn from the other adjudicators or referees that were there. I've recently found out that they're unfortunately not doing their dual yearly tournaments that they used to do, which, excuse me, they used to hold one at the beginning of summer, which is right around Memorial Day. Or not Memorial Day, excuse me. Veterans Day? No, it is Memorial Day, excuse me. Right around Memorial Day. So the end of school year, beginning of summertime, summer break, if you will. The Memorial Golf Tournament is right around that same time. Anyways, so they usually held their tournament right around that weekend or the weekend after Memorial Day, and then the following Monday starts Bike Week up there in Laconia. They also had another event that happens right around the fall winter time frame, which we never actually ended up making it out there for that, and that's only because of the fact that it's the upper the northeast side of the states. It gets cold, it gets snowy. I mean, you're literally miles away from Mount Washington, one of the coldest places on one of the coldest places on Earth. Yeah, I'm okay going ahead and just not going there during the winter. But anyway, so but I found out, like I said, they don't do the tournaments anymore, and the reason for that is, number one, COVID happened, and number two, after Walter Day relinquished or sold the Twin Galaxies to various other people, or technically after he sold it to Pete Bouvier. Pete Bouvier passed on, and they sold, and his estate sold it off to others. They continued to try to keep the thing going, but there was just so much that needed to take place. And Gary, the curator at Fun Spot, and I say a curator because Fun Spot is also known as the arcade museum, the classic arcade museum. So he curates the arcade cabinets. He fixes them up, puts them out on the floor, so that way they're working, actual working arcade machines, even pinball machines that they have there too. Anyways, so he goes ahead. He has to do a lot of undertaking to move cabinets from one area of the floor to another area of the floor, and then they have to go ahead and cordon off this section of the area in order for the tournament to take place to begin with. And that kind of goes ahead and throws a monkey wrench into things, because then now the kids can't play the mini golf that's on the inside. So if it's raining outside, so there's a lot of all that stuff that kind of goes into it, and when they realized it was just too much for them to do, they ended up going ahead and saying, you know what, let's just not do the tournaments anymore. They still have other things that happen there, but it's just that, the amount of work that needs to be done and all that other stuff, it's something that they couldn't contain or do anymore. But I'm planning on like I said, I'm planning on going ahead and taking the girls up there as a present for them making it through the school year. So if we make it through the school year, and there's no issues that we have to go to school for, everything is on the up and up. Both girls advance to the next grade. Great. Let's go ahead and take a trip up there. If we can go ahead and get one of the cabins that they have there for the weekend. For the 4 of us, I don't think it's gonna be a whole lot. It's gonna be a small fortune for everything, but I think in the long run, it's gonna be the experience, of just being able to go there and have fun. And I think that's gonna be that's what I'm really looking forward to. Is just to take them up there and teach them where it is that video games came from. Show them the old school pinball tables and how they have advanced year over year over year. And then again, same thing with the arcade machines. Show them where things started from. Like, they've got one of the very first arcade machines there. I don't remember if it's in working order or not, but they at least have it there. And if it's not working order, it's probably behind a glass case. But I think that would be a great place to go and just have some fun. On top of that, there is a wonderful little breakfast place that they have there with pancakes that are about as big as your head. Or not pancakes, excuse me, waffles. Like Belgian waffles that are the size of your damn head. And I'm just like, oh. I remember getting as much food as I could and realizing, oh, I got too much. My eyes were much bigger than my stomach that morning. But I think what I'd like to go ahead and do, though, is I'd like to go ahead and reach out to some of the old folks that used to go there. Maybe even go ahead and see if, I think one of them used to work there. I don't know if they're still there or not, but I think it'd be kind of cool to go ahead and see them again and see what we could do about, getting together for to hang out for the day. Maybe go out to dinner with everyone. I think it'd be kind of cool, even if it's like a small group of us, Gonna go ahead and clip off that little bit of extra there. We've got that thing locked down pretty good now. Oh yeah, it would be great. Not a problem, Laura. Do your thing. Chat, need something to drink. Cheers to you. That's not gonna do it. Hold on, we gotta get another. Gotta get another drink. Oh, goodness. Oh my. Okay, chat. As we were talking about before, we are raising awareness for Starlight Children's Foundation. Tonight was the press start event, which means that is the essentially the launch of the Childhood Cancer Awareness campaign. Now, I've already I and my team have already gone ahead and why did that sound like a weird? Sound like something buzzed in my ear. My team and I have gone ahead and already got a jump start on things. Our team has already raised a total of about $265, I think it was. Let me double check that here. Survey says, show me potato salad. Ding. And $258.68 is where we are right now with the Starlight Campaign. Right now in the lead, of course, is our good friend, Chef Steve 330 with $248.68 of our team's total, and followed by Sass 8 Jr. We've also got DeBear Fan 85 and myself, who have open campaigns. Sass 8 Jr. with $10. Like I said, and myself and DeBear Fan with nothing so far, but we've at least got campaigns published and they are ready to go. If you'd like to help out with the campaign, it is !donate to follow that link and donate today. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch a quick video, and then when we get back from watching that video, we'll talk a little bit more about how you guys can help us out with the campaign with those donations. And let's watch hospitalware video.
One of the most stressful moments for a child when they're hospitalized is taking off their clothes and putting on a hospital gown.
The Starlight hospital gowns are kid-inspired and kid-created gowns. These gowns are an awesome way to really make kids stay here unique and special.
We partnered with a number of brands and taken their iconic characters and put it on the gowns.
I love it because it has all my favorite characters from Nintendo on it.
We see a kid wearing the Starlight gowns. You could tell that they feel better about walking around the hospital in something that they really love. They kind of feel like little superheroes.
All right, chat. There we go. Starlight Children's Foundation, if you guys do not know what that is, has been delivering happiness to seriously ill children and their families since 1982. Starlight's programs have positively impacted more than 21, probably a lot more than 21 million critically, chronically, and terminally ill children since 1982. Not just here in Columbus area, but across the United States. And with your help, more kids and their families will be able to enjoy Starlight's virtual reality headset, the hospital wear like you just saw there, the gaming systems, and the Starlight programs like Starlight Spaces and Starlight Deliveries, which the Starlight Deliveries happens through an application or executable or even a website that Starlight provides to the network hospitals called the Starlight Hub, which allows Starlight hospitals to order things like new hospital gowns or toys for the playrooms and that kind of thing. So if you guys would like to help out, here is what you could do. Number one, !donate. Follow that link and to Tiltify and donate today. Every dollar counts. Doesn't matter if it's $1, $5, or $10. If you can do something, please do so. If you can't, hang tight. Don't worry. We still have all month long between now and the end of September to get this going. So if you want to help out, we can come back. We can come back to it. It's fine. But here's what I would like to go ahead and suggest. So number one, let's break this down for you. Here's where your guys' money can go. $10 will provide 10 kids with access to the VR. $20 will provide 20 kids or 20 hours of gameplay for a single kid on the Starlight gaming stations. $40 will provide the hospital gowns. And now, when I say hospital gowns, I should say that we were informed that the hospital wear was coming. When I say wear, I mean not just the hospital gowns, but pants to go with them. So they're no longer just running around in just a hospital gown and nothing below. So that'll be kind of cool. The leggies will stay a lot warmer in those hospitals. $50 will provide will help ship toys, books, and more to hospitals. Then we jump up to $200, which will provide a custom hero wagon one of the new fun things that that Starlight's been helping out with that at places like St. Jude and our very own our very own Nationwide Children's Hospital. $500 will provide toys, arts and crafts, books, and more to 500 or more kids that have been diagnosed with cancer. And that's a big one since, we are in Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, or we will be here very soon. So keep that in mind. $1,000 will provide 40 backpacks filled with back-to-school supplies for kids that are getting ready to go back to school, especially those who have been stuck in the hospital. So that would be wonderful to have. $1,600 is the Starlight branded Switch Lite, complete in its own carrying case, which has a battery backup and the whole 9 yards in it. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute. And $5,000 is will help provide a Starlight gaming station for our selected Starlight Network Hospital. In our case, it is the Nationwide Children's Hospital right here in Columbus, Ohio. So, what are those gaming stations? So let's take a look here real quick at the Switch Lite. So the Switch Lite here, as you can see, it's preloaded with over 25 games that are kid friendly. It is certified hospital grade and completely wipeable, which means that it uses hospital grade plastics. So that way, if anyone has any germs on their hands, or they have a bad cough and they cough on the system, or whatever have you, it's easily wipeable and made ready for the next kid to play. These again have not only does the Switch itself have a battery in it, but there's an additional battery backup in the case, and that will provide so like once the Switch's own battery dies, then it will switch over to the battery backup in the case. And there's even a plug for the battery backup within the case. And you can see here that where it kind of it actually says that this is a Starlight Children's Foundation branded system, and then right underneath will likely be who it was that, or if it's not there on the inside, it'll be on the outside, which community donated that system to the hospital. So that's the Switch Lite, and then here's the main gaming station. The gaming station has a monitor that has Wi-Fi capabilities, with probably some streaming software like Hulu or Netflix and that kind of thing, maybe even Disney Plus. It also has it also comes with 25 preloaded video games. Both have a lifetime warranty through Nintendo, so if something breaks, Nintendo will send someone out to fix it and get it back up and running, or replace the whole thing if they need to. They have the station has wheels for smooth portability. It too is completely wipeable with hospital grade plastics on the station itself. I'm not really sure how the Switch dock in this case would work, if it's made with the same plastics or not. But I mean, hey, you never know. But it also says here that it is 2-player compatible. But if you know your game station or your gaming peripherals like I do, this has a pair of Joy-Cons and a Pro controller, meaning that technically you can play up to 3 people with just the equipment there, if you do things just the right way. However, if those Joy-Cons are wired into the system, there is the possibility that those could potentially be set to like just being one controller instead of being able to be split into 2. But that is something that I still need to go ahead and see in person before I can really go ahead and say one way or the other. But anyway, so that is the gaming station. Here's the Hero Wagon if you guys want to take a look at that. Again, medical grade fabric, so it's easily wiped down. Seat belts with a padded seat. A never fail pull arm, so it stays upright the whole time. Easily compacted, so we don't have to go ahead and waste a whole lot of room in a hospital. Basically giving the wagons their own wing for storage. But then, like I said, or like you may have seen some of the videos in the past, this thing has an IV attachment, making the IV pole a caboose essentially, which is kind of cool there too. So those are that. There's that, and here's also the VR. If you guys have never seen this, now the VR in this one is probably a little bit older. It's probably not quite as doesn't look quite like this, or it might in some cases, but not in all cases. I think they've actually got some that are closer to like the Quest, the Meta Quests type of VR system. So it's no longer kind of like a point and click kind of VR. It's almost like a full VR experience, which is kind of cool. But those are those wonderful things. If you guys would like to go ahead and have me do things that are crazy, here's some incentives for you. $1 fidget popper. For $1, I pop a popper on a fidget popper. If we get all 25 within a single stream, I donate $25 at the end. The little asterisk on that does indicate that things do have limitations. In the case of the economy right now, I can really only go ahead and guarantee that I can do that once, at least a week. If for some reason though, I'm unable to do so, I will make note of it and let you guys know ahead of time. $5 is the googly eye stickers. $7 is the chicken or raptor claw finger puppet that I have to use no matter if I'm playing a video game or if I'm doing what we're doing right now, which is the cross stitching. $10 is the 8-bit gamer glasses that I have to wear for 10 minutes. $15 is the Starlight sunglasses that I have to wear for 10 minutes. $20 is the kaleidoscope glasses that I have to wear for 10 minutes. That's always a fun one. $25 and $50 are pretty much the same thing. It's just one's the dino glove and one's the dino puppet and the other one's the shark puppet. But I have to wear it for 10 minutes. Here is the rule though with the $25 and the $50 donations. If you donate $25, you get a 12-minute timer. Now the 12-minute timer means that I have to wear the puppet, or I have to use the puppet for a total of 10 minutes, and then you get additional 2 minutes to get your next donation in. If another donation of $25 or $50 comes in, then the corresponding puppet will get added to the other hand, and the timer will be reset back to the top of the 10-minute mark. Now, if your donation comes in after the initial 12-minute mark, you still get the get me wearing the puppet, but you won't get it. You won't get 2. So you still get to troll me. It's just you won't get to troll me the way that you want to troll me. But you get a new 12-minute timer to try and troll me again later on. $30 is the Warhead Super Sour Candy Spray. I spray it once. I wait for a full minute. If I fail and take a drink within that first minute, I have to add an additional $1 to the possible 25 that I have to donate at the end of the night. $50. Sorry, we already did that. $75 is the astronaut helmet that I have to wear for 10 minutes, and $100 is the French fry hat that I have to wear for 30 minutes. If for some reason we go into the $100 range for any of these, any timers that are added that are there, the timers for the 10 minutes go to 30 minutes. Anything that's a 30-minute goes to an hour. So those are always fun. Always fun things to do. So if you guys want to help out, that's great. I appreciate you doing so. And let's go. I think we can at least go ahead and bust out close to $150, $500. We'll see what happens. I can't guarantee anything, but we're gonna do what we can. This chat is small but mighty. We will do what we can to have all the fun and ensure that we do what we can to make kids happy, so they forget that they're actually in the hospital to begin with. They can get better faster, get home faster, and lower the cost of care for the parents. Yeah, we talked about how my daughters rather, have both benefited from Starlight via their visits to Nationwide Children's Hospital. My youngest just recently had to go because she ended up getting sick. It was right around the time that the Switch 2 came out. We were due to go up to Put-in-Bay. Which, if you guys have never been to Put-in-Bay, it's a little island. It's a little island off the coast of Ohio, of northern coast of Lake Erie, yeah, there was we had to go ahead and call that off, unfortunately. We didn't want to, but at the same time, we knew if we didn't, we were gonna go ahead and get people sicky. So we're like, all right, we're staying home. On the plus side, I ended up getting Switch Sports, and me and the kids, we just hung out and had fun playing that. And this is the last of the highlights. Okay. I just need to go ahead and tie this off like we did before. There we go. Put that on through there. Okay. And oh, get over here. There we go. Oh, right. Yes, again, if you guys didn't see the Starlight press play event, the new ambassadors were announced today. Thank you guys. Want to go ahead and say again, congratulations to those who got selected. It will be an honor to be a fellow Starlight ambassador. You know, they were playing some Mario Party earlier on the press play event, and they were talking about maybe doing a Mario Party Starlight stream. I thought, oh, that would be fun. I would enjoy myself immensely, I think, with that one. I think I would definitely enjoy myself with that one. Let's see, I'm going with 553. Yeah, 553. Okay. Switching to the 553. 1, 2, 3. All right, so chat. I know I pull a lot out, and that's because I don't like swapping out the thread a whole lot. If I can go ahead and get a whole bunch done at one time with one thing of thread, then that's great. All right, so anyway, so this is the 553 that we're using right here. There. So that is that's the color, the main color of the fur, if you will. We've gone ahead and done the 552, which I am going to go ahead and say, this calls for 552, or yeah, this calls for 552. I'm going to say that instead, you probably want to go with 550. I found that the 552 is not quite as dark as the website that I'm using claims. I'm using a site called Flosscross. If you're ever interested in doing anything, any kind of like pixel art, or in this case, cross stitch, which is essentially the world's first pixel art. If that's something that you've ever wanted to go ahead and do, but you can't find a pattern anywhere online for the thing that you want to do, find the picture that you want to use as your subject. Okay, copy that picture. Then you come over here to Flosscross. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys this. You come over here to Flosscross. You go to one of your empty spot. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. You come over here to Flosscross. Go to one of the empty spots. You don't have. There's no logins or anything like that. It's based off of your. It's based off of your like your cookies and browsing history and whatnot. So making sure that once you've gone ahead and you got something that you want to keep, make sure that you do like a backup of it. Like you download it as what's known as a JSON, or keep the image saved in your on your computer, so that way if you ever have to re-upload it again, you can re-upload it back to this. Because this does happen sometime, that if you clear out your cache, your cookies, and temporary internet files and all that stuff, and come back to here, all your slots will be emptied again. It happened to me. So that's why we've only got the one right here now. But anyway, so if you want to go ahead and do something, you find the image that you want to use. We're gonna go ahead and do this. We'll just go ahead and say, go ahead and pull this up here for a minute. We're just gonna call this emote. We'll call it emote project. Now, here's one thing you want to keep in mind. How big do you want this thing to be? Because this will go ahead and cause this to be a bit different. So 100 crosses by 100 crosses probably wouldn't be a bad thing, especially if we're working with like an emote. So let's keep it with 100 by 100. Just for what we call schnitz and giggles, if you will. Alright, so there's that. Now, that's not really going to help us out too much. So I need to go back here. So I goofed up. Let's go ahead and let's erase that slot. So I did that as a brand new one. So if you wanted to go ahead and create your image on the fly by yourself, there you go. You can do that right there. But if you want to go ahead and do it from an image, pop over here and click on From Image. Select the image that you want. In my case, I'm going to go ahead and go here to my emotes. Let's go to my final emote. Let's go down here to my love emote. We're just going to select that. And all right, we've gone ahead and selected the thing that we want right there. Okay, let's go ahead and hit continue. So what we're doing right now is we're cropping it. Do we want to go ahead and keep it where it is? Or do we want to go ahead and bring it in, bring it up, whatever have you? Sorry, so hit continue. All right, this is the actual size of the image. Now, of course, this is where things are gonna have some fun. So right now, what this is saying is this is 112 by 112. What if we bump this up to 200 by 200? That's looking a little better. Whoa, hold on. The heck? That, oh, okay. I guess you can't go higher than that right now. Okay. What happens if we bring it down to 100 by 100? Okay. So basically what you got to do is you got to go ahead and determine what it's going to look like. It looks like in this specific case, it's only going to go to 112 by 112. All right, so knowing that, we may need to go in here and we may have to clean things up a little bit. So, you got the DMC color palette. It's giving us, how many colors do you want to go ahead and have? You can say 30, or you can go ahead and bump this up to 100. If you need more. Having all those different colors might be the way to go. I mean, it's going to be up to you on how complex you want it to be. And you can go ahead and switch between DMC or anger kind of floss there. You can see how you can adjust the brightness. This is saying it's about 198 different colors all within this thing. So now if you wanted to, you can go ahead and hit continue. And what this is going to do is this is going to go ahead and say, okay, here's all the colors that you're going to need. That's pretty much one of every single color that's that's available. You're like, okay, maybe I don't want that many. Let's go ahead and back that down to say... I think 131 isn't too terribly bad. You might want to go ahead and maybe adjust it a wee bit more. And then like say for instance, let's say that we go with 150. All right, that's not terribly bad. So you hit finish, and this is what your pattern would look like. You can then come in here, and if you want to go ahead and say, let's say you don't like how this looks, how there's that extra color there, you can come in here, go, all right, I want this to continue to be that same color, and then come in here and just paint those, fill those in to the color that you want them to be. You don't want these guys here, just delete those. Or you can go ahead and change them to a different color. So yeah, so you can go ahead and do whatever you want to do with this thing. And then when you're ready to roll on through, you get all the colors that you need, and this right here goes ahead and tells you exactly what you're gonna need. Let's see. You want to add to the color palette? You can. So there, right here, there's like 68 different colors. According to this, palette 68. And I think what you can do from here is you can say, all right, now I want to go ahead and I want to export this to save this for later. You can go down here and hit export. You can do this as a PDF, or an FC JSON, which is what I was talking about earlier. That's probably your best bet as far as a backup is concerned. But if you wanted to go ahead and share this pattern with others, or take this pattern on the go, so that way you have access to it, but you don't want to go ahead and remember the website. You don't want to have to go ahead and redo everything on the website via your phone or other mobile device. You can go ahead and do the PDF and take the PDF with you, either a printout or the full thing, and just kind of go from there. I just realized something. There is a that don't need to be out there all by itself. A random white stitch out here all by its lonesome. Yeah, so that's what you're looking at, and this tells you exactly the size of 8 cloth that you're going to need. This here again is about, it's supposed to be 110 by 110. But they do go ahead and give you an additional five stitches to work with. I would say in a case where your pattern goes to the edge here, always best to go ahead and add maybe an additional 5 or 10. So in this case, it's 115. I'd say maybe go ahead and make it 125 high by 115 long. Because here you're going to have more than enough room to go ahead and fold this over to key it to make the to do your to frame it. There we go. I can talk. Really, I can. All right, chat. Here we go. So we just got the 553 out. We go ahead and switch back over here to our main project that we're working on. There we go. All right. So what we're gonna do now, chat, is we are going to start filling in all the 553 all in through there. Now with your thread that you have, your embroidery floss, basic embroidery floss comes wound in 6 individual strands. For the size of 8 cloth that I'm using an 18 count, I think it was. Hold on. Yeah, I'm using an 18 count 8 cloth, which means that there are 18 I think it's like 18 little points per inch, or I think that's about right. I can't remember exactly. I gotta go find it. Anyways, so I'm using the 18 count. My entire project is 300 by 190 stitches. So 300 high by 190 wide. With the 18 8 cloth that I'm using, I am going to need the fabric. As far as inches is concerned, I'm going to need to have it at 22.7 high by 16.6 wide. Again, if you want to add to that, you can add to that, so that way you have more than enough room for framing. And then from there, it comes down here and it'll tell you what size needle that you need. In this case, it's a 28. And here's where it says strands for stitching. You just need 2. So from this 6 that we have here, focus. No. There. From the 6 that we have in this strand right here, we're only gonna pull 2. So to do that, we're gonna take it, we're gonna pop it on its little head. We're gonna find 2 that are close enough together, isolate them, and pull. Now it's best to go ahead and hold this up, so that way it doesn't get held up for any reason, then slowly pull it apart. I say slowly because if you try to go ahead and pull it apart fast, all it's going to do is it's going to get tangled up and become a big old mess. All right, so there we go. Now, if you are working with a different kind of embroidery floss called satin moss is a little easier to work with when it comes to separating out your strands. Once you've gone ahead and you found your strands that you want to keep, you isolate them, but instead of going ahead and pulling it apart like I just did there, like it's a thing of string cheese, you grab a hold of the others. You pull them down so that way you just have your one or two that you have there, but you pull them down just enough, and then while holding tightly on those at the top, just pull it on through like that. With satin moss, it just slides right off. Makes it a heck of a lot easier. There's no getting tangled or anything. It just right off. So, all right. So now I personally, I hate trying to go ahead and I hate trying to thread a needle that where the hole is so small that I can't even barely get a fingernail in there. So I'm going to use this wonderful little thread helper that we have here. These are wonderful devices. You just slide the eye of this thing. See the eye right here, this little wire bit. Slide it right on into the eye of your needle. And let me just go ahead and get it secured up here. There we go. That's all secured. And now slide this right into the eye, into the bigger eye of our thread helper. There we go. I've got that there. And now that we've gone ahead and we've looped that in like I have right here, I'm just going to go ahead and pull that forward. So I've now got the needle pulled forward, trying to come off of the thread helper. And it's got the thread itself in the way. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull until the thread goes through the eye of the needle. And once our our smaller tail, if you will, comes through, I can then hold on to the thread with the hand that I'm holding on to the needle with, and then just pull the thread helper off. And we've threaded our needle. There's some people who can go ahead and do it without the help of the thread helper, but I'm not one of those people. All right, I am thinking. Let's see, where do I want to start at? I'm thinking I want to start on this side. I'll start on this side, and we'll get down to just below the cheek before we switch over to this side and finish up the hand. Yeah, I think that's the best bet. I think that is the best bet. All right, chat. So now, because we're going to go in a straight line here, okay? Because we're going to go in a straight line here, we do not need to worry about doing the weird stuff I was doing over here. We do still need to go ahead and lock our thread in place. So we're going to be doing that right now. I'm just, again, doing this to get an idea of where I'm putting the needle through. There we go. So I know where my starting point is. All right. So again, we're going to do a half stitch here just to get ourselves started. All right. I'll move that over there so it's out of our way. But it's going to come through here, and it's going to leave a little bit of a tail. That little bit of a tail is what we're going to need to do the loop stitch. Now, so what we're going to do here is you kind of notice here how the thread where we just came out of is now there. This little tail is where we went into originally, and now our needle is in the hole directly above the hole we just came through. What we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and loop this over our tail, thereby creating essentially a loop lock. Now we're going to go ahead and do this about 2 to 3 times, maybe 4 at the very most if you're not feeling very confident. Remember, chat, there's no wrong way to do cross stitch. Anyone who tells you differently, they're the ones that are wrong. You do you. Get to the end result, no matter however you feel that you need to get there. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna put that right there for a moment. Show where I need to go next. I'm gonna go ahead and clip this bit out of the way. Uh-oh, I only got part of it. Get that out of the way. Okay, there we go. And here we go. Perfect. Okay. So, for those who are wondering what we're actually working on, the Care Bear that you see there in the corner is the Care Bear known as Rainbow Heart Bear. Rainbow Heart Bear was a special edition character that was created for the 30th anniversary of Care Bears. And that was done, I think it was just a year before my eldest was born. Or maybe a year or two before. But Rainbow Heart Bear is widely seen as the Care Bear to represent couples who have gone through pregnancy and lost and had the pregnancy lost by no means of their own. You know, it was a natural situation that happened. And then but who then go through another pregnancy sometime later on, and the resulting child born from that pregnancy is thereby known as a rainbow baby. And a lot of families tend to use families and friends of families will use will use this bear as its symbol to signify that, you know, this baby is a rainbow baby. So that's why we are doing this, because this is the Care Bear that we've essentially assigned my eldest. Now, I will say that if later in the years she decides that she wants a different Care Bear, well, then that's fine. She will always be our Rainbow Heart. But she is more than happy to identify as a different Care Bear later down the line. Now, with our youngest, she is all things all things Halloween. She loves The Nightmare Before Christmas. I'm almost certain that by the time that she reaches a prepubescent age, 10, 11, 12, she's going to end up finding the horror movies, and she's going to start loving those. So yeah, I foresee that coming. But in the meantime, we've decided that her Care Bear is going to be Trick or Sweet Bear. Trick or Sweet Bear is its description is known as very rambunctious. Loves the spooky time of year, but has no problems pulling pranks on people. So when I get done with this one, the next one that we're going to work on is going to be Trick or Sweet Bear. I hope it's not going to take me almost a full year to complete it, like this one's going to take me. When I was putting the pattern for this one in, it didn't seem as though anything less than 300, as far as the height was concerned, was going to do it. It was going to do this thing any justice at all. And by the way, chat, that is one minor flaw with this specific software. Most of the other softwares, or most of the other websites that are out there, will only let you go up to 150 stitches wide and 150 long. This one at least allows you to go 300 by 300. If you get to a point where you're going to need more than that, you might want to take your image and see if someone can go ahead and split that image into 4 separate pieces. So that way you can go in and do one quarter of the piece and do the other quarter of the piece, and then do the other quarter of the piece, then do the other quarter of the piece. All on the sides of the Ada cloth that you want to have it set to. Chat, also, by the way, if you don't know, we play a lot of local music here. All the songs that you hear are all originals done by our local bands here in the Columbus, Ohio area. We have reached out to them to receive their permission for those bands who are still up and around, or at least those whose contacts I still have access to. Anybody who is not around anymore, due to moving, not being on social media, or sadly because of death, those folks, especially if their bands aren't together anymore, I kind of feel that, there ain't much that they're going to be able to do or say. However, I would almost guarantee that they would want us to go ahead and continue to play their music, to just share their legacy, if you will. You know, one of our good friends, Justin, I think his last name was Wilson. He was the lead singer of a band called Live My Last. He sadly battled a lot of demons, and unfortunately the demons won in the end. He'd gotten clean for a while and then fell off the wagon, and unfortunately when he fell off the wagon he fell hard, and did not get back up. And sometimes such is the rock star life. A lot of people would always try to buy me a shot or anything like that. I was like, nah, I'm good, man. Thanks. Like, what the hell's going on with you, man? Like, look, dude, I appreciate it. I would be more than happy to drink that drink that you just got me if I wasn't driving. But I'm driving. I gotta be the responsible adult. Like, okay, you sure? Like, yeah, no, I'm sure, dude. Thanks, so. I turned to my guitar player. Hey, you want it? He's like, yeah, no. Like, are you sure? He's like, all right, fine. Twist my arm. Like, you're not driving anyways, dude. I'm driving you back home. All right, chat. We're almost done with this first row we just started here. Time we got 12:35. Okay. I bet we end up getting done with about 10 rows before 2 a.m. I need to adjust that slack here. Hang on for me, chat. Let's get this slightly adjusted. There we go. Get over here. There we go. All right. Hiya. Chat, for those of you who've been here for a while, you know that we have a channel point redemption called Rolls. Rolls is a clip of a TikTok / YouTube creator, who you all may know as King Beard X. King Beard unfortunately passed away a couple days ago, on the 18th. He had been in the hospital for about 2 weeks. He was having a hard time breathing, and I guess he succumbed to a heart attack, unfortunately. So that being said, unless I am hit with some sort of cease and desist asking me not to do it, we will continue to have that roles command here in chat, here on the channel, as our way of keeping his voice and his personality alive. Alara said she was going to be right back. Where'd she run off to? Did I miss her saying goodnight? No, she just said to be right back. That was almost an hour ago. It's all right. Sometimes, folks, I understand you if you have to disappear into you lurk into the darkness, run to go get dinner. You have to go to the restroom, whatever, you know. Life sometimes gets in the way. No one ever owes me any kind of explanation as to where y'all will go. I may pick on you when you get back. I'm like, where'd you go? I missed you. You said you were gonna be right back, and you left me. You left me. Like I'm half tempted. I'm half tempted to go ahead and get the clip from Jurassic Park where where what's her face is going hysterical that the lawyer left them in the car. That way when someone goes, I'm sorry, I got distracted, or I'm sorry I was away for so long, or something like that. I'm like, you left us. You left us. All right, that is one row. That is almost. Ooh, that was close. I almost went ahead and poked myself. Where was this at? Oh yeah, almost. And done. All right. That's one row down. Row 2. Remember, Chad, if you're going up in the front, you're going down in the back. Or if you're doing it my way, you're still going up no matter how you look at it. So there, we're going up. I'm flipping it over just halfway, or rather a quarter of the way, so it still looks like it's upside down to me. Therefore, it's going up. But the premise still is there. Chat, what do we got planned for the weekend? What's going on? Starlight just had their press start event that happened. So we got a bunch of new ambassadors to go look to, and maybe drop them a follow. There may be maybe a new connection to be made with like someone like Pick Stitch. Oh, chat. Ooh, I got some news. I found out some news, chat. So, you guys know our good friend Chef C330. If you did not hear we're gonna go ahead and use quotations here. Fun, he's had to endure as of late. Back in May, he and his business partner Creme Delish, they were on their way back from a job, and they were sideswiped by a drunk driver. Now, it didn't do a whole heck of a lot of damage to, or didn't seem to do a whole lot of damage to the truck, but it was enough that Steve had to get himself a new truck. The trailer, on the other hand, their food trailer that they had, it took a good chunk of the hit. One of its axles has completely been torn off. And the other one's not terrible, but both could probably go ahead and use a little bit of TLC, and then those two things should be back up and running. One of the, I think it was the hand sink that they had, that had to come out because it was cracked. But from what they can tell, everything else is working. So if they can get their if they can get that back up and running, that would be the most ideal thing. However, Steve and Krem were playing all kinds of heck with the drunk driver's insurance company. The drunk driver's insurance company fully agrees that their insured driver, was at fault. However, they said, yeah, we don't have any money to provide you, so you're out of luck. I personally, I would find a lawyer that's like, look, we're gonna take them for everything that they're worth. You'll get your payment to replace or repair the trailer, your truck, the lost wages, and even pay for the legal fees. You know, hopefully they can find one of those attorneys that's like, I don't get paid unless you get paid, kind of thing. We've got an attorney that's or an attorney branch, not a branch. What's the word I'm looking for? Uh, a bunch of attorney and associates that have that rule that if we don't get paid unless you get paid kind of thing, which is really kind of cool. They're willing to work pro bono to help you out, but if you do get paid, then they would like to have a small cut of that. So if that means that they're going to go for not just damages and lost wages, but also legal fees, then hey, so be it. But after fighting with the insurance company, because they kind of seemed like they weren't going to give the trailer back. They took the trailer to one of their companies for an estimate. Find out exactly how much it's going to go ahead and cost to repair. And they're like, yeah, we don't have that kind of money and we're not paying it. Well, like I said, they ended up dragging their feet forever to getting the trailer back to Steve and Krem. But Steve and Krem have finally received the trailer back. And all this time while they were waiting for it to come back, they've been working on a new pop-up trailer. So what will end up happening is if they can get the pop-up trailer up and running, they can go ahead and make enough money to start paying bills again. And then after they're done getting that taken care of, then they can go ahead and turn to repairing the old food truck. And if they can get that up and running again, then they'll have the food truck and the dessert pop-up trailer. So they can go ahead and still do like the farmers market on the weekends to sell off their cake pops. And then in the evenings, on some evenings, they can go out and do the hustle. Or do or work on catering. And that right there in itself, I think, is awesome. I'm so glad to hear that they're gonna be able to start making their way forward. And the pop-up trailer is actually almost done and almost ready to roll out. They got a couple more things that they got to do, which essentially is putting up mounts for the TVs, so they can have their TVs up there to do their menu, and one for stream whenever they're streaming from the truck. Or I should say from the trailer. If they can get that up and running, then yeah, they'll be ready to roll. They were going to go ahead and try to do that today, but they got rained out today. Chat, I'm half tempted to go ahead and get me one of those cameras that I can put into like a chest plate kind of thing, and have it pointed right down at the thing, so that way you actually get a direct view of it, and not some sort of cockeyed view. And hopefully that direct view would be a heck of a lot clearer of a picture than what you got right now. Let's see. After this row, I think we'll take a small break so we can go take a look and see if there's anything new in the Discord for new pictures and whatnot people have shared. I'm pretty sure I saw something from, is it Skybeat Eyes? I'm trying to remember now. I even went ahead and gave it an emoji like kind of thing. Okay, this row, we're about 3/4 of the way done. We've done 1/2 of the row. We're on our return way back. And we've reached the halfway point of our return, which means that we've done a full 3/4. Again, what I'm talking about here, chat, is, with this row, we've done half stitches all the way across, and now we're coming back and we're doing the full stitch, full cross stitch. So we're making our full X there. This is all it boils down to. Alright, so poor Namu. I had to laugh earlier. Last year during the press play event for Starlight. He was involved in the pancake stacking challenge, and apparently completely destroyed his kitchen trying to do this. It literally took him a week to clean up, he said. This year they got him into the Mario Party deal, and that was the event that was just finishing up when we started stream. And at the start of it, he didn't realize that the game that they were playing required motion controls. Like, oh crap, my Joy-Cons aren't working. Like, oh no. I wonder if he had some sort of like a stick drift kind of thing going on. Which, if I understand correctly, I know that Nintendo's supposed to be able to replace those for you. So if you have a stick drift situation, you just call Nintendo and like, hey, we got you. New Joy-Cons are on the way. Okay, let's go ahead and do one here. Alright, we'll just at least stop right there. Well, let's go ahead and take a look and see what's going on in the world of Discord and see what kind of wonderful, happy, fun things are going on. Yeah, there we go. There's the Ambos out of the bag. Kushter. It's Wild Spice, Kinda Linda, Namu, Escape Raccoon, or sorry, Eclipse Raccoon, excuse me, Kay the Fae, Ash Said Hi, Pick Stitch, Chris the Official, and DDS618. GG's to them. Guys, again, if you want to go ahead and find out what's going on in the world of Starlight, or what's going on with our team, you can always check out the Discord. We have a GCC info page where every time I get an update from Steve's channel on the team on the GCC team page, where we just say, hey, you know, these are the campaigns we've opened up as a team. You can set them up now. If you have any questions, you can reach out to myself. Blah blah blah. Whenever we have those, or whenever we have a notification come through from Starlight, you can find out what's going on here. And the cool thing is, you can always go ahead and click right on this thing, and it'll take you right over. Actually, click right here, and you can go right to their server and see exactly what's going on. There's the general chat. Look, here's the announcements right there. This is where that came from, right there. Ta-da! So, GG's. All right, cool. So, now, back over here to my Discord server. And let's go down here to... let's see, where did he go? Where did he go? Arts and crafts, show and tell. Okay, cool. All right, so, so I forgot to go ahead and take a picture of the last thing that we did. That's my mistake. I'm a dummy. It's okay though. Madam Glitch, who we've seen a couple times recently, she did some more drawing. She just says, I did a thing. It's really not that good. Drawing is my strong suit, but the self-care app I got tasked me in doing something I enjoy. I realized that I haven't done any drawing in a while, so I drew. So there we go. That is the thing right there, and that's Mother Glitch. as it says. And I didn't do this myself. I saw this on Facebook, and I had to share. Spaceballs, the cross stitch. There's another. There's some foil art that Madam Glitch did. It's like a nice big dragon eye. And that was it. That was the last thing that we have posted. That was from back on the 17th. Again, if you guys want to join the Discord, !Discord, or actually I think it might be socials. I'll test that theory out right now. Hold on. Discord. Boom. There it is. Click that right there, and that'll get you on into the channel where you can go from there. Hey, the Bear fan reached out to me. What does he say? Oh, let me see if I can help him out with that real quick. Hold on just a moment. It's that thing there. Copy that link, pop over here. Let me go ahead and answer the Bear fan real quick. All right, cool. There we go. I wanted to make sure I answered the Bear fan because I know he messaged me about an hour, probably about an hour and a half ago. And of course, I got streamer mode turned on Discord, so I don't hear any of the sounds and whatnot because it will drive me absolutely bonkers. Whether I'm streaming or not, I have that thing turned on all the time. Otherwise, I'll hear doop doop. Like, where is it coming from now? Why do you torment me? All right, so chat, we're starting on row 3 of this section that we're working on. The band that we're listening to right now is a band called Liquid 16. They're another local band here from Columbus, Ohio. They were part of our local music scene when I first got into found out about a local music scene shortly after I graduated high school. And what's funny is that I would always go to my buddy Tom's shows, and 9 times out of 10, if he was playing, it was usually Liquid 16, Victim, and if Boba Flex wasn't there, it was another random band. that would help fill the bill, and we would get to learn more about them and watch them come up in the scene. And you know, after about a few years of going to this going through the scene and whatnot, and making friends with some of the folks in the bands, I didn't really expect to see them out in the real world, if you will. You know, I expected to see them at the maybe at a bar from time to time, whenever a friend was doing acoustic shows, or just had their own little gig going on. Or I would see them at the venue, which was at the Alro Sevilla. If you guys know what, you guys have heard the story of Dimebag Daryl from Pantera / Damage Plan, who was shot and killed. That happened at the Alro Sevilla. That place was always a fun place to go, and I'm sad to have seen it go by the wayside, unfortunately. The family did not want to keep the venue opened after its proprietor Rick Catella decided to close up shop. Anyways, so I didn't expect to see any of them outside in the real world. Well, one day, yeah, I got a Blockbuster video or a game that I rented from the Blockbuster just down the road from where my dad and my stepmom lived. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and go run over here. I'm gonna take this back and get a different one, and then I'll be back here in a little bit. And I walk in, and there's the lead singer putting things away. And I didn't recognize him at first. I wasn't really paying attention to him very much. But I'm sitting around looking and whatnot, and all of a sudden he calls my name, and I'm just like, Aaron, what the hell are you doing in here? He's like, I work here. I was like, I can see this. Like, when did you start working here? He's like, dude, I've been working here since it opened up. I'm like, shut the front door. And he's always been a really cool dude, you know. Liquid 16 did kind of go on hiatus for a good long time, but they're kind of back with a vengeance, and I'm loving it. The cool thing is they just picked up a member of another band that I mentioned earlier, Victim. They just picked up their old bassist. Victim is who we're listening to right now, funny enough. But yeah, they just picked up their bassist for their band. I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's freaking cool, man. Had a lot of fun with a lot of these guys over the years. Never got into the fun that they got into, you know what I mean? If you kind of catch my drift. You know, a lot of them really respected my. I wouldn't really call it straight edge style, but I just kind of kept my nose clean, you know what I mean? I didn't want to. I'd had my experimental phases, if you will. Switch over. But I've had my experimental phases when it comes to, you know, early adulthood, your curiosities, if you will. Had my fun and had my fill of it, and made the decision, you know, it's not the life for me. I will be happy to go ahead and support those who want to who essentially want to partake in that lifestyle, and that's you know, more power to them. It's not something I wanted to go ahead and do. And a lot of them like, hey, you know what? No, we respect that, man. That's cool. Like, we're never gonna tell you you got to do this. You want to do it? It's there. You don't want to do it? You don't have to. All right. 14. Okay. We've made it through halfway, which means we've done a full row with a half stitch. Now we're going through and doing the other half of that stitch. On our way to the front of the row. Okay. Sometimes, chat, you're gonna when you go to pull your thread through, you may feel like a snag. A lot of times it's not really a true snag. Sometimes it's just the excuse me, your tail, if you will, getting wrapped around this thing, or getting wrapped around the main thread. And when that happens, as it's coming through the hole, it may act like it gets hung up on something, but it's really not. Or it may feel like the Ada cloth is ripping. It's not. Not unless you're pulling super hard. Then you might have some problems. You might notice that I do pull a little hard sometimes. I try to go ahead and keep a steady and softer hand. At the same time, I also want to make sure that the line is fully secured and like a toiga before I move to the next section, if you will. Okay. So yeah, chat, like I said before, the Childhood Cancer Awareness Month campaign is in full swing. Now that the press start event has come and gone. Technically really doesn't start until the 1st, but now that they've gone ahead and we've done that, I'm saying we're really gonna start pushing a wee bit harder. Really soon start ramping up the ramping up the campaign, talking about it a little bit more often. Maybe we'll end up getting a payout here soon that I can go ahead and add to the total. Which, by the way, chat, if I haven't said it before, I want to remind you guys, everything that happens here on the channel monetarily wise, subs, bits, gifted subs, whatever have you, any of that stuff that's done here, monetarily speaking, even the ad revenue, everything that happens on the Twitch channel goes directly back to whatever campaign we're raising awareness for at the time that I get the payout. So if I get a payout here before the end of September, then that payout will go to the Starlight Campaign. If it just so happens that I don't get the payout until after that campaign, or after this campaign's done, then we'll put that money towards the campaign that follows, which I believe the next campaign we're going to be doing is going to be for Able Gamers. And then depending on what's going to happen there, will determine, how we continue on with that one. Now, I really love helping out with Able Gamers. It's one of my good friends supported in honor of his brother. And I so badly want to bring him into our team fold. So we can go ahead and get the entire team behind it. And not just a single fundraising event. If he wants to, he could even go ahead and support the campaign all year long with our team. All done through Tiltify. The only downside is that the way that he has it set up, he wants to go ahead and do things to where any monetary gains that he gets, any tips that he receives, he takes the half, and the other half goes to the campaign, and that's completely on him. If he wants to do it that way, that's fine. I'm not gonna bash him for that. That is completely his prerogative to do. I personally, I can't do that myself. If I had the money in my own hands, I might run into a situation where, an unexpected bill comes up, and I'm like, oh, I got this money here. I know it's supposed to go to this, but I could really use that right now, and that right there is called embezzlement. I don't want to have that as a carrot, if you will, at the end of a stick. I don't want to have that there taunting me and saying, haha, money's here, you got it in your hand, you can do with what you want, when you've already promised something else. That's why I use Tiltify, because the money that I receive through them, or the money that's donated to Tiltify, goes directly into Tiltify. And again, the only when I tell you everything that happens on this channel is going to go to the campaign, I'm serious. Now, if something happens and I need to go ahead and start using the revenue that I get from Twitch for my own personal self, then I will make that announcement ahead of time and say, look, before I get a payout, this is what's happening. So you'll forgive me if I don't help out the campaign. I want to. I want to be completely honest and upfront with you guys. So, and again, that is not to say that my friend was not being honest or upfront with what he was doing. He showed everything that he did at all times. But again, like I said, everyone has their different ways of doing things. So, as much as it would make me happy that he would join the team and he would fundraise that way instead of the way he's doing it now, then I think that's, like I said, while it would make me happy, I know that may go ahead and put a dent in how he wants to do things, and I don't want to go ahead and I don't want to force his hand in that, you know what I mean? I mean, he could still go ahead and do what we're doing right now. Set up a campaign through Tiltify, still support places like Able Gamers or Stack Up or Starlight or St. Jude or whatever have you, and then still say, look, anything that happens monetarily on my channel, whether it's a bits, subs, or a straight up tip to me directly, half of everything is going to go in my pocket, while the other half is going to the campaign that we're running. I'd be fine with that too. Again, he's being upfront. He's being honest with everyone. So, but again, that would be that's a decision for him to make. But he's not been streaming a lot as of late. I know that streaming put a lot. I'm pretty sure it put a lot on him mentally. He's had a couple points throughout his streaming career, if you want to go ahead and call it a career. Some people, this is a career for them, and I'm not discounting that in any way, shape, or form for them. For someone like myself who does this for fun, who any money that they get is just extra play money that I can do with whatever I want to do with it, which is the reason why I say what I say. But oh, why? Thank you, Nest. Cheers. Stasia, how you doing today? Oh. But I was saying that for people like myself, this isn't a career for us. This is just happy fun time. Those who do use this as a career, I'm not putting you guys down. That this is your career, then that is your career. If you're making money off of that, and that's how you're paying your bills, who am I to judge? My whole thing though is throughout his time of streaming, that's what I should say. He's had a couple times where he's had to take a mental hiatus. When you're a smaller streamer like myself, you've got this nagging thing in the back of your brain, like, okay, there's only like 5 people in here right now. Actually, I don't know how many people are in here. There could be 1 million of people in here, and I'm just talking to the wall. But a lot of times if you look at those numbers and you see people sitting in there but not chatting, that could go ahead and drive you nuts. You could have an amazing night where everyone shows up and everyone's talking, everyone's having a great time, everyone's you know there's bits being cheered, there's subs being thrown, and then the next night, nothing. You can be riding high, doing wonderful at one point, and then all of a sudden, nothing again. These things happen. The one thing, if I can go ahead and tell you guys, is one streamer to another. Don't worry about the numbers. If you've got something that's working for you and your community, great. Keep on doing that. If that thing goes stale and you need to change it up, change it up. If you don't feel like changing it up, like me, I generally don't change things up. What you're seeing here, this is the biggest change up that I've had in the past 8 years. I just used to be video games. For a while, it was just me playing on the Xbox, and sometimes on the Wii U, and then and then I got a PC, I had a laptop and I was streaming from it, but then I got a PC, still streaming from the laptop. And I had the PC, I had the Xbox, had the Wii U, then along came the Switch, had that. And I've kind of hovered around all of that. It took me at least 3 years to actually start playing games with mouse and keyboard. And I vowed I probably would never do it. And somehow, some way, shape, or form, I forced myself to do it. Only because the game that I wanted to play didn't have controller support at that point. Connection went poop as I was. It's okay. This tells you how are you doing today? What's been going on in your neck of the woods? How has your day been? What you got planned for the weekend? Been chatting here with chat. Stitching, awesome. Plans, mostly stitching. There you go. I'm probably going to go ahead and take this with me over to my mom's this weekend. I usually take it with me when I go over, in case I want to work on it. Sometimes I get it out of my book bag and I start working on it. Sometimes I leave it in there. Sometimes I take my Switch with me and I play it while I'm there, and sometimes I just lay in the chair and take a nap. It's like I just need to. I'll just go ahead and rest my head back here. Oh, now I need to rest my eyes. Oh look, yeah, there. No, are you sleeping? No. I'm just checking my eyelids for cracks. That's all. Could have fooled me with that chainsaw. Actually surprised that my mom doesn't get on me for snoring. Like, I don't ever remember being a snorer when I was a kid. I don't ever remember being a person who used to snore when I was a kid, but I guess apparently now you better believe. I have even found that I have woken myself up because I snored so loud that I actually heard myself one time. I'm like, oh, okay. Now the neighbors know that know that you scored. Yeah, exactly. Now it really became apparent to me when I became a parent. You know, laying there with my oldest when she was a baby. You know, just reclining back and taking a nap together, and all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, this big old snore comes out of my mouth, and I shake myself awake and dang near shake my oldest awake too. Oh, it was terrible. I was like, all right, I get it. I snore now. All right, we are gonna switch our thread out here. Go ahead and put that right there for a moment. Re-thread my thread helper here. There we go. That's done. Let's go ahead and get this here. Probably wasn't the greatest of idea with that one, but that's okay. Alright. That's 136. AM Eastern. Welcome to Saturday morning, all of you who are here in the Eastern and Central time zones. Mountain time, you've got about 24 minutes left until Saturday morning arrives. Alright. So what we're going to do here in this case, because we stopped where we stopped, that's where we stopped at right there, chat. That's where we came at, that's where we finished at. We're going to go back a half a stitch. We're going to redo that stitch that we just did, and we're going to go ahead and give ourselves a little bit of a tail, and then just like we did before, we're going to loop stitch these in place, basically anchoring them down so that way they can't move. And thereby allowing us to continue. there we go. That's been looped into play. Go ahead and do the next. Figured that was going to happen. Try to keep the needle out of the way there. Or out of the thread, out of the way of the needle. Uh-oh. Is that right? No, that's right. Didn't seem right though, but no, that's right. Alright, this will be the last one that we do the anchoring. Put that out of the way. Back to it. All right, we got 140. Okay. So I think we ended up getting through. Where was I at? Hold on a second here, chat. Just want to go back and see. Okay, I was at. See, we've done 5 so far. I lost count, chat. Story of my life. It's alright though, chat. It's fine. Yeah, no. Today was a wonderful day for the family and I. The youngest started kindergarten. My oldest started 2nd grade, and the youngest went and got her ears pierced today. Kind of wanted to go with them to watch it get done, but they didn't have any available appointments for, today. only was able to go ahead and do like walk-ins between whatever time that my kids got out of school and 4 p.m. So they hightailed it over there as soon as school was done, so they can get that taken care of. Oh, I got plans, chat. I got plans. So my plan right now is to finish this one up. And once I finish this one up, I would like to start on the one for my youngest. And I'm hoping that one won't be quite as bad to do, because we're not gonna have a lot of the all of the low lights and highlights colors to do. It's just gonna be essentially one solid color all the way through. I think a total is going to be a total of 5 different colors. Orange, black, a little bit of yellow for the belt buckle, or gold, depending on how you look at that. And white. Orange, black, yellow, and white. Four different colors. All right. What time is it? 1:45. Now, chat, remember, whenever you get a tangle like this, don't panic. Just do what you can to untangle everything. By hand, if you can. Sometimes with assistance from your needle. And now is where we're going to need to have a little bit of help from the needle, because it wants to stay stuck. Remember though, chat, do not panic. Last thing you want to do is panic. Panicking will cause more harm than good. Sometimes my long, sharp nails help with my needlework, and other times they make it difficult to grab them. Yeah, I can see that. Definitely see that. All right. All right, we'll see what happens here as soon as I get done pulling this on through. Or not. There. Oh, booger. All right. Maybe now I can continue here. There we go. All right. I think I got a bit too much slack now. Go ahead and pull this back just a wee bit. Too much. Okay, that's good. Okay. That's good right there. Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, chat. One of the things we always like to talk about around here is your mental well-being. If you guys are ever in need, or know of somebody who is in need of any assistance, that link right there sends you over to my Google Drive. Excuse me. That'll take you over to my Google Drive, where there's a wonderful little infograph where you can find a phone number and a website that will help out immensely with all your mental needs. Please check that out should you or someone you know need any kind of mental assistance. If for some reason that link or phone number is no longer available, be sure to check out StackUp's website, or rather their Discord, as they do help out not only just veterans and active duty members, but they also help out everyday folks like you and I. We will be focusing and talking more about them as we get closer to November, and even during the November timeframe. November, I see November as our Veterans Month, not just Veterans Day, Veterans Month. That is the day that we thank and rather the month that we thank and honor our veterans. But not, like I said, not only that, we want to, we still talk a lot about, making sure that not only is their mental state in a good place, but our mental state is no less important than theirs. If anything, we need to focus on our own mental state. But if we can do things to help others while we help ourselves, then hey. Doing good deeds does indeed turn around one's outlook on life. It restores hope in humanity. It restores hope that maybe the day isn't that bad. Maybe my life isn't that bad. Maybe maybe people in general aren't that bad. About time for another drink. And chat, you may have also noticed that I shaved off most of the beard. I had to get rid of the Mountain Man. Mountain Man was like, nope, I ain't doing this anymore. It's too darn hot. Mountain Man said, "Put me into hibernation. I'll come back in the winter." See, a Mountain Man retires during the summer, while the bear retires in the winter. There is no law, just Mr. Rogers. Go ahead and adjust this slack again. I think once we're done with this thread here, I think it's where we'll go ahead and call it for the night. We'll see. Now, my plan, chat, for those who haven't been here and don't know, my plan for Rainbow Heart Bear, there is one cool extra little detail about Rainbow Heart Bear that isn't really fully touched on here in the picture. And what I mean by that is that Rainbow Heart Bear not only has purple and multicolored fur, but some of that fur has sparkles in it. And in order to achieve that sparkle look, we've got thread that's like this, C820, or this E334. I don't know why it's not focusing proper. There it goes. E334. C725. And E3837. You see the sparkle there, chat? Yeah. That sparkle, I'm going to go through, after I get all of the colors done, I'm going to go through and I'm going to randomly set certain spots where I'm going to go ahead and weave that weave this extra thread into. And the reason behind it is I want to create that sparkle effect, so it looks exactly like the stuffed animal variation that we have upstairs. So that is not part of what's happening in the picture that you see here. But it's something extra that I'm planning on doing. Now, I won't be doing that with Trigger Sweet Bear when I get to it. Oh, that's right. I was going to tell you my plan. So my plan is do this one, do the one for my youngest daughter, which is again is Trigger Sweet Bear, and then after that, I'm thinking about going ahead and doing some Bluey characters. I think trying to go ahead and pull off Bluey characters and cross stitch would be absolutely fun. And they won't be quite as big as what we're working with right now. realized, I don't think, yeah, we don't have that. Hold on. The music may stop for a second. I'm sorry if it does. Here we go. Huh. I just noticed that that all of our past stuff isn't showing up there. What's that? Where are you? There's the Twizzlers, the rolls. Did I somehow accidentally get rid of it? I must have accidentally gotten rid of it. Alert generators. Rotating craft picks. Okay, no, that's not it. It's not the thing I was looking for. Okay. Let's go back over here. Is it this one? No, it's the team banner. Huh. It's like all of my stuff just disappeared. Not, I mean, all of my stuff, because obviously I'm still here, I'm still streaming, you guys can still see me. But what I guess what I'm referring to in this specific case is that I had all of my past craft stuff up there, and now it's not showing up, which is really strange. No, it's not there. Not under my sounds. Well, that is the strangest thing in the world. 1 minute it's there, the next minute, poof, it's gone. Here's the video crew. That is so weird. I don't know what in the heck happened, but yeah, we had a whole bunch of past past things showing up there, and I don't know why all of a sudden they're gone. I don't remember deleting them. It's all right though, chat. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. Visagia, what are you working on? As far I know, you said you're cross stitching. What fun subject are you working on? Well. Almost done with this row. We'll go ahead and start another one. All right, chat, let's take a moment I am going to take a quick moment here and have you guys watch yet another video and learn about why we do what we do, and we'll be right back after this message from Emma.
The Starlight Radio Flyer Hero Wagon is amazing for kids here at Mercy, especially for kids who are waiting for procedures. It helps with distraction. It's a great way to help reduce anxiety while they're waiting and helps reduce the parents' anxiety as well. There's higher sides. They're soft. It's nice for babies to lay in. It's got the IV pole that is awesome for procedures. So the IV pole connects right to the wagon. If kids want to walk around, they definitely can. Emma is so loved by so many people here at Mercy. The number one thing that she does while she's waiting for her procedures is she rides in the wagon. We rely on the Starlight Radio Flyer Hero Wagon because it's a fun way to get kids up. It's a fun way to get them moving. It's creative. It's functional. It's easy to store because it folds up. It's just a great asset to our team.
Her favorite thing to do when she's admitted or over in testing treatment is to go on wagon rides. That's the one thing that we can do every time to pass the time and to keep her happy. The last time we were here for treatment, we found the zipper sides and we unzipped it and put the side down, and she was standing there and playing with her toys. The versatility of the new wagons is really awesome for her.
Ultimately, you know, they're providing an opportunity for them to just kind of feel free. You know, it's one of those things where you're tied down to all these things, and just to be able to roam the halls and be able to feel like you are able to be a kid, I think that's what's important.
All right, chat, there we go. That was the video for the Starlight Hero Wagon, and as you saw there, that was Emma and her cute little face. She so reminds me of my youngest, fused with with one of our friends. It's hilarious. I want to go ahead and show you real quick though. I had mentioned earlier that the Starlight Hero Wagon, and I think even in the video it says in the video that the wagon was 200, but I think at some point or another I updated it and it shows that it's 250 now. It is 250. Okay, so I do need to update that. My mistake. Okay, so it is actually 250. Okay, so I wasn't going crazy. I did actually see that there was an update. Okay, so the Hero Wagon is actually $250. And again, $250 is what it costs to get one of those Radio Flyer Hero Wagons at places like Nationwide Children's Hospital or St. Jude, or you know, enter your Starlight Network hospital here. So for every $250, that's what we've raised. We've raised enough for one of those wagons for cute kids like Emma, and even the ones that are not so cute. Kids in general who can go ahead and get in those and ride around in, especially when it comes time to transporting them from their hospital room to surgery or back again. You know, or if it's just to get out of their room and so they can walk around, or they can use it as like a portable play table. That's a great thing for any kid to have. So again, if you'd like to help out, $250 is what it costs for one of those, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to go ahead and donate a full $250 right now. You can donate $1 right now and get about 249 of your other friends together, have them donate $1, and we've raised at least enough for one of those wagons. So get working on that, chat. Let's see what we can do. So again, $10 will add, every $10 adds up to support the delivery of Starlight programs. $25 can provide a delivery of toys to partner hospitals. $40 can provide a Starlight hospital gown or hospital wear. $200 can ship a game station to a partner hospital. $250 will be a Radio Flyer Hero Wagon. $1,600 will be a Starlight Nintendo Switch handheld, or the Switch Lite. And then the $5,000 is the full Switch system. You know, the one thing I'd like to go ahead and know, now that the Switch 2 is out, when will the Starlight gaming stations be upgraded to the Switch 2? That's going to be an interesting conversation to have, because I bet you anything that's going to likely go ahead and bump that 5,000 up to 550. Or at least it might bump it up by about $200, so maybe $5,200. It just depends, I guess, on how they're able to go ahead and work the costs and whatnot, and yeah. But yeah, something to think about. I will have to go ahead and get that new infograph updated on my side of things, so we have that for next time. Let's see, is there anything different with that? No? Okay. Handheld, yep, that's no different there. Hospital gowns there. I like how it's RF wagon breakdown gowns. Okay. But yeah, so if you guys so again, I apologize if I provided the wrong information earlier about the wagons being 200. I forgot that there was that small increase. That's okay. This is what happens live, chat. Live things happen all the time. He's fine. All right, so I say that with this thread, we'll probably get through this row and maybe most, if not all, of the other of the next row down.
They always told me, and don't you worry, so assuredly, so innocent. I felt so far away from tragedy. Imagine when you showed me this world was one full of deceit.
What I'll do, Chad, is what I kind of did the last time. I forgot to take a picture. I'll go ahead and I'll pop into my VOD and I'll go to the last scene before we raid out or whatever, and see what we can do about grabbing a screenshot of where we finished up on the last session, and then I'll get a picture of this. We'll get that up onto the Discord.
What am I bleeding for? They said they'd fix it, that time suffocate. And maybe we were born to grieve, suffering through the pain. The sunlight never to return, only the pouring rain. Ironically, it could be me, and who deserves the blame? But I told you that I would never be the same. So I am bleeding. What am I bleeding for? They said they'd fix it, that time would fix it. I guess I heard that shit before. As I suffer slow.
Okay. Let's go ahead and adjust our slack here a little bit. There we go.
Watch me suffocate and shoulder the burden. Remember it's worth it. And just hold on, there'll be a
Yeah, like I said, I was talking about this earlier. One of my friends, you know, he really hasn't been streaming a lot. In fact, I don't think he's been doing a lot of gaming outside of maybe on his Switch. Can't remember when the last time it was that I saw him actually pop online for anything. So, and I know part of that might be because of his new work. He may not have time to do anything anymore, or he's not been able to find the balance in work life to do life stuff outside of you know, focusing on him and his wife. So yeah. Oh, for those of you guys who are in and around, or near, I should say, the south side of Columbus, southern Franklin County area, there is going to be an air show at Rickenbacker at a Rickenbacker National Airfield. The Blue Angels will be flying over. Oh, I got a kick out of this. So, does anybody have one of those Facebook community chats or channels or whatever have you for your local community? And if you do you have anybody who will post something? Yo, Retro! Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing? Welcome in. But anyways, as I was saying, does anybody have a Facebook community page that is dedicated to your city or town that you live in? And do you have someone who will randomly go ahead and post something like, hey, what was that sound? Or hey, what was going on with this crash? Or whatever have you, you know? people who may have already gone ahead and tried to find the answer and can't find the answer online, or maybe because it just happened and they're thinking somebody might actually have seen what happened and will know what happened, so that way they don't have to go and rely on the news to get it right or wrong. It's essentially the equivalent of going outside your door, talking to one of your neighbors, and trying to figure out from them what's going on, right? And let's just go ahead and say that the answer has been kind of staring at them in the face for a while, because they've not read the paper, they've not saw the TV or whatever have you. They don't know what events are coming up. They kind of look a little silly after being told, hey, this is what's going on. But then you end up going ahead and getting other people who don't read that post, who then post the same thing as other people. And then that person and every other person after them ends up getting ridiculed because people don't know how to not be children. Yo, Retro, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for using your Prime here on the channel. You did not have to use that here, but I appreciate you doing so. All monetary gains we receive here on the channel go back into whatever campaign we're raising awareness for at the time of payout. Hopefully I'll have a payout in September, to which we will be able to go ahead and make a donation to our campaign here for Starlight Children's Foundation. So thank you so much. How are you doing this evening? All kinds of tangled up. Anyways, yeah, so there's been people who've been in our local community Facebook page that have been doing just that. They'll post something, they'll say, hey, what was that sound? Not knowing that there was an air show that's going to be happening. They heard the sonic boom of the Blue Angels, and we're kind of like, oh, what was that sound? What was going on? Did someone's house just blow up? Do I need to rush over there and help you? What's going on? Kind of thing. Generally being concerned. They get their answer, and that's that, right? Once they get their answer, you would think that other people would see it, but they don't. And then you get people who end up going ahead and mocking them by either answering in a smart aleck way, or then they'll go ahead and post the same thing. just to further mock that person. It's like, just people stop being childish. Doing great, was messing around and found your channel. I truly like that you're supporting others. Well, yeah, absolutely, Retro. That's something that we do constantly on this channel. Every time that we hit this button, we do not do it for monetary gains. We do this for the fun of it, and because of that, I want to go ahead and give back to those who've helped me and my family. In this specific case, Starlight Children's Foundation. My family has directly been impacted by Starlight because my kids have either gotten sick or gotten hurt and had to go to the hospital. And luckily, our hospital that they go to just happens to be a Starlight a Starlight network hospital. So the toys that they played with in one of the playrooms, the arts and crafts stuff that was provided to them was most likely provided by Starlight Children's Foundation. So that is one of the things that I found that I'm like, heck yeah! Now that I have kids, this is definitely one of the organizations that I would like to go ahead and support. Another one that we support here is St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. While my kids don't have cancer, I would still like to go ahead and think that if they were ever, God forbid, they were ever diagnosed with cancer, and had to get help, I would hope that that they would suggest that we go to St. Jude. At which point, we've already gone ahead and helped others. We've already started that process of helping others. It may not be, like millions of dollars, but a couple hundred here or there still helps out in some way, shape, or form. Every dollar counts. Doesn't matter if it's big or small. And if we can do something to help others like they were our very own, then so be it. Right now, we are working on a cross-stitch project for my eldest. And the character in question that we're working on is Rainbow Heartbear, a 30th anniversary Care Bear created specifically for that 30th anniversary. They sadly do not get any TV time on any kind of or any other media time. Ooh, speaking of Care Bears, I need to double check. There's a new Care Bear crossover that's in the works, and I don't know when orders are going to go live, but I would love to get my hands on some. Let me go ahead and I need to bring this a little closer here, chat, for just a moment. Hold on. Ah, crap! I can't. The crossover event is Care Bears crossover with Wicked. Now, my girls, they have absolutely loved the Wicked movie. So learning that there's going to be an Elphaba and Glinda Care Bear is just gonna make their day. Let's see. I need to go over one more. All right, chat. Here we go. This should be the last row we're gonna work on for the night. why I don't put it down there. But oh, sorry. Oh no, so very good question, Retro. This is cross stitch. Cross stitch is a little bit different than crochet or knitting. Instead of a needle, or rather a hook, as they call them, and working with a single hook, which would be considered crochet, double needles is knitting. What I'm doing is a different type of needlework, or fiber arts, as they call it nowadays, and this is cross stitch, and this is essentially like this is essentially the very first version of pixel art, if you think about it. Like for instance, here, let me go ahead and show you the main page here. So every single one of every single thing that you see here is made out of squares, or in this case, X's. So we'll go ahead and we'll zoom in here on what we're working at here. So right here, if I go ahead and I take away this box here for a moment, right here, if we were to go ahead and do this, if I was to go ahead and take, let me go ahead and highlight that so I know which color it is. If I was to go ahead and take that, this guy right here, if I was to take that one away, that leaves a hole. Now, in a case of a cross stitch, what you're working with is you're working with two different stitches in a 4 dot area. So you have a dot here, a dot here, a dot here, and a dot here. All right, your thread's going to come through here, and go down here, making one stitch. Now, you can do this in what's known as Danish fashion, which means that you do half stitches all the way across until you've completed that color, and then return back, doing the other side, making your full X. Or you can go ahead and do the X in full before moving forward. It's one of those completely up to you kind of things, right? So, but yeah, every time that you do a cross stitch project, what you're doing is you're doing two stitches making an X. Regular stitching would just be what I'm doing here. Oops, hold on a second. Let me go ahead and back that down. So regular stitching is essentially a half of a full cross stitch. Okay, so that's essentially the difference between stitching and cross stitching. Stitching like stitching up your pants when you split them, or you're essentially taking the hems of two sides of pants, and you're hemming them together to create your the seam down the leg, essentially. And the pattern that you see is essentially a stitch that way. Now, if you were to go ahead and come back the opposite direction, or go back the way you came, going in the opposite direction, making an X, that would be a cross stitch. That's essentially what it boils down to. But yeah, no, the cross stitching is essentially the world's first attempt at pixel art, if you could look at it that way. Great question, though. I appreciate that. Man, all that talking, I'm thirsty now. Oh my goodness. Now, like I said, this is something I'm doing for my for my eldest daughter. I'm planning on doing another one of these. Hopefully a little smaller. We'll see what happens. But it's going to be of Trick or Sweet Bear, and another newer Care Bear to the Care Bear family. And then after that one's done, I do still plan on going ahead and doing one for my wife, so that way I've got I've got hers taken care of too. But I may held off on hers so I can work on another idea that I just had earlier in the stream, which was possibly working on doing a couple of cross stitches of Bluey and gang. From the show of the same name. It's actually really not that hard. I mean, if the biggest thing is to make sure you keep your fingers out of the way when when you're putting the needle through the Ada cloth, which is what I'm using. I'm using a piece of fabric called an Ada cloth. This is great for working with doing cross stitch. You can do cross stitch on a regular piece of fabric, but it's a little bit harder because in that case you've got so many potential spots that you can go to. Things aren't, you may not properly even out your stitching, which could cause the fabric to bunch up in certain places. So using the Ada cloth is a little bit better for this for what we're doing here. If you can go ahead and master it, and can work with regular cloth, then I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and do what I'm doing right now on a regular piece of cloth. But it would be, like I said, personally, I think it would be a bit harder. I have not even tried going that route, but I've seen others that have, and it's just like, wow, okay. The size of the needle that they use on top of the thread that you have to get. There's a lot to go ahead and take into account when it comes to the size of your medium, the number of threads of embroidery floss that you want to use, the size of the needle to introduce the floss into the medium. It's a little easier if you have certain tools and whatnot, that can kind of help take out the guesswork. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's really not that hard. The biggest thing is being able to focus on it. This specific piece I have worked on since the beginning of the year. I'd put it down a couple times throughout the course of the year because I needed to take a break from it, and I also had other things going on that I wanted to go ahead and do instead. But I did a I'll go ahead and show you a couple of the other ones that we've done. I used to have something show up in the top left-hand corner over there that would show you what we've worked on in the past, but for some reason it's not showing up right now. But here's some of the other things that we've done. So my very first one that we did, very first thing that we did was 8-bit Mario. But when we did that, I decided that instead of the regular muted color palette that you get when you for the when you're little Mario, I decided to go with the Donkey Kong color scheme. Now this specific piece was my very first piece. This is on an 11 count Ada cloth, which means that there's like 11 holes per inch. And this was using a combination of both embroidery floss and a type of floss called I just had it there in the tip of my tongue and I lost it. Hold on. Satin moss. Satin moss is a bit thicker, but also a softer kind of embroidery floss. The cool thing is that I didn't mean to do so, it kind of made a 3D effect. Like the satin moss is a bit raised, where the regular embroidery floss is kind of set in, so there you can actually feel where the hair is versus like the ear and the face and the eyes, and then there's the mustache and the hat, and then you get down here to the shirt and the overalls, and you can feel the difference of where that's at. So while I didn't mean for that to happen, it kind of turned out in that way. The other thing that we've also done is our logo that you see right here. I knocked out 2 of these, and I ended up going ahead and giving one of those away. And the other one that we've done was a Mario inspired Starlight Children's Foundation star. Basically what it was the Starlight Star meets Starman. And all that was just adding a couple eyes. And the funny thing is when I tried to go ahead and put that onto the onto our bonfire merch page, so that way when folks wanted to go ahead and grab a shirt that had that logo on it, or they're like, you can't do that. That's a Nintendo thing. I was like, no, it's not. How do you consider that a Nintendo thing? That's the Starlight Children's Foundation star with eyes. I can't help that they look like the Mario Starman eyes. Like, yeah, no, we can't let you do it. I'm like, oh, come on. Fine. It's okay. It's fine. I get it. But no, we did 2 of those, and I gave both of those away too. This and the next project that I work on will probably not be ones that we'll do giveaways for, but I'm pretty confident that if we end up going ahead and doing the bluey ones, I might be able to go ahead and do giveaways for those ones. right, yeah, this will be the last row that we work on. I'm starting to get a little low on the thread. So what I'll do is I'll finish off this row. We'll do a couple more on the next row just to get things started. And then we'll go ahead and call it there. I'll get a picture of this and add it to the Discord. Go from there. I'll tell you the one thing I will say, Retro, is the hardest part, I think, aside from making sure you don't stick yourself with the with the needle, which, you know, in some cases these needles can be very sharp, while others can be very blunt. The hardest part is getting the well, actually, I'd say the two hardest things. The first being getting your thread. So in the case of what I'm using right now, I'm using the Ada cloth that I'm using is 300 by 150, or roughly about go ahead and see if I can figure that out here again. Roughly 22.7 inches high by 16.6 inches wide. Okay, maybe a little bit more, just so that way we have enough room for to actually put this into a frame once we're done. And that's something to go ahead and think about too when it comes to this. But if we went with that, all right, it tells me here that I'm going to need 2 threads for stitching. Now, with embroidery floss, it always comes in a it's always wound with 6 threads. So yeah, it's always wound together with 6 individual threads. So what you have to do is, if you're using the size of the count, so in this case an 18 count Ada cloth, where the stitches are going to be 300 by 190, or 27.7 inches by 16.6 inches. You're going to need a size 28 needle and 2 out of the 6 threads from a single piece of embroidery floss. So getting your embroidery floss separated from the main can be a bit daunting, but then after that, getting your initial stitching in, that is, I wouldn't say is the hardest part, but it can be if you don't know just the right way to do it. Yeah, and back here you kind of see where I got these little notches here. Those are every time that I've gone ahead and I've done a brand new where I've gone ahead and I've gotten a brand new thing of thread, and I'm either putting it in for the very first time, or I'm marrying it to the previous thread that I was just done using. Basically connecting the two together to continue on where I left off. And what you're doing here is you're doing what's known as a loop stitch. Essentially, you're taking one piece of thread like this. Let's just say, go ahead and get my finger the right way around. You basically you're putting your thread in, giving it a little bit of a tail, and then you're coming out from here, and all you're doing is you're looping it around so that when you pull the line through, it latches around. Sorry, that looks weird. But it essentially latches on to latches onto to that tail and makes sure that it's anchored down, that it's not gonna move. You do that you do that like 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 at the very most, and then you clip off the excess. That's it. From there, I say the next hardest thing is to plan out how you're gonna get to where you need to go. So, for instance, you kind of see how the eyes are and these highlights and lowlights and all that stuff. I had to sit here and think about how I wanted to get from one spot to the next. And there are various different versions of cross stitching. Like we talked about it the other day. There's the English style, which the English style pretty much goes ahead and makes it so that you do both X's, or not both X's, but both stitches, creating your full cross stitch. You do both of them at one time before you move forward, backward, up, or down, however which way you're moving. Okay. So what you're doing is you're essentially putting one in, and then from the back end, you're either going up and down, up or down, I should say, or left or right, depending on which way you're going here. So let's say, for instance, if I'm going from lower, I'm looking at from my angle, so I apologize. Lower left to upper right, I can either go down and go lower right to upper left, or I can go over here and go upper left to lower right. That's like on the back end. Am I going up or down, left or right? And then from there, how am I getting? What am I going to do? How am I going to get over to this point? Now, once I'm at that point on the back end, am I going to go ahead and go back up? Or if I'm going from here up, am I going to go back over here? So it's all about figuring out how you're going to go ahead and move forward there. So now that's one way. Like I said, the way that we're doing it with the rows here, we're doing a half stitch at a time. This is known as the Danish method. We'll do a half stitch all the way across, and then once we get to the end, we're going ahead and coming back the opposite direction and completing our full cross, our X, if you will. And then once we've gone ahead and we've done that all the way through, we've completed a full row. That's what it essentially boils down to. In this case, all we're doing every time that we move forward, we're just going up and down. We're going up and down on the back side. And on the front side, we're going from upper left to lower right, up, lower left to upper right, up, lower left to upper right, up, all the way across. And then from there, once we get to the other side, we're going back up and then